Good morning, afternoon, evening, everybody. Hello. We are back. And I got some more Nasus. I got a bit of a different approach at him today that I want to test out. As you can see, actually, let me lower the volume. It's a little bit high for me, not for you, for me. Hello, Zerk, Martian, Desu Gamer. How we doing today? So, I didn't stream yesterday, and the reason why I didn't stream yesterday is because I had to play the Nation Clash game, and I wanted to prep a little bit for that match on that day, like running down some like solo host. Like this tool is very useful because you can actually like play like against yourself with 2 different decks, you know, like in practice. And yeah, I didn't think that would be very fun to watch on stream, to be honest. And I got a little bit paranoid about streaming the game because I would have to cover my hand and do all these things. So I was just like, you know what, I'm just gonna record the game and then I'll stream every other day of the week. Wow, big muscle man. I've lost a lot. I used to be strong and cool and handsome. 2-1 at Nexus Knight with Nasus. Lost in the finals to Ruination Kennen. Ruination Kennen. Sprite Queen is a super important in the Kennen matchup. Sprite Queen is definitely a card that I've been considering, but I'm still a big believer in the White Flame Protector, and I still love the Astro Heron. I love Astro Heron Singularity, essentially. But I've done some changes here that I'm going to go over. We're going to yap a little bit about the deck. Because I'm trying a different... quite a different take from the Nasus that we played a couple of days ago. So, as you can see with this deck, we're actually running the Ravenbloom Student. The reason for this is I want to have some early game pressure. Like, that is something that I struggled with Nasus. Try 3 Watcher, 3 Queen, White Flame, 1 Valma, top end. I just feel like that... Like... I don't want to sub out the Astro Heron for the... Like, the Sprite Queen is nice. Without a doubt. But she's also a little bit slower unless you're willing to sacrifice her early. And I really like that the Astro Heron doesn't cost you power. Like, the Astro Heron being a 7-mana play that you can go for that doesn't cost you power allows you to... continue building up your runes, because Nasus wants as many runes as he can to be able to chain some crazy shit. And Astro Heron really allows you to develop a unit alongside Nasus' ability. Like, it allows you to develop and drop a free Bellows Breath, play a 2-drop, go for a Premonition, drop a Singularity. Like, you can do that, and you also have extra mana in the opponent's turn. That's very, like, the Astro Heron is very easily enabled with Stupefy, for example. Not only hitting cards, but Stupefy as well. You can pay 1 to Stupefy, and then you get to play another card for free. Like, you get to play like a back off for 1 energy. You can play a Bellows Breath, you can play a Defy. And we even have Pharaoh Strength, which I'm going to talk about in a moment. So this take on Nasus, we run triple Ravenbloom Student with 3 Scuttle Crabs and 2 Steel Paws as our 2-drops. Ravenbloom Student with triple Singularity, with triple Stupefy and Discipline works really well. We also play 1 copy of Pharaoh Strength, because sometimes we gotta make use of that energy that Astro Heron gives us, and this card can allow us to pump potentially for 4 by paying 2. Which is, you know, still, it's not a punch first, but it's not costing us power either, and it works really well with the Ravenbloom Student in certain situations. Because the thing about Nasus is that we're kind of a hold deck. Except we start holding late in the game, right? Like, we don't hold early. But Ravenloom Student is a great way for us to secure a conquer, so we can develop the Astral Heron on that battlefield and you know, get our combos rolling. This card has really grown on me, the Frostcoat Mother. Initially, I was not aware of the fact that the Empower actually synergizes with Nasus no matter how much it costs, because it's taking into account the base power. Astral Heron is also even better than I thought, because I can play... like, when I first started playing Nasus, I didn't know that if I discounted my Thousand-Tailed Watcher, for example, or my Nasus, I would still get to tap Nasus, because Nasus takes into account the original cost of the card, not the amount of mana that you spent on it. So... I'm just a big believer in this card. I think this card is really, really good. I like the 7 might for 7. It's technically like a 5 might 7 drop that allows me to chain a 2 drop alongside it. Like, it's just... it gives us a lot of tempo, which we need at that stage of the game. And I still really like the White Flame Protector. I would even consider playing a second one in the sideboard for some matchups. Like, this card is goated against Master Yi. This card is crazy against Master Yi. I actually had a series against Master Yi playing yesterday, and I managed to win. I just, before the stream, I had a series against Irelia, and I managed to win 2-0, which was really nice. And let's talk about the battlefields for a moment, because we've changed things up quite a bit. I still really like Volmal's Lair. I like it as my game 1 battlefield. It counters a lot of decks. Like, it hurts Irelia. It hurts, for example, Akali. It hurts any purple deck with Flash. It prevents, you know, it makes it so that if the opponent wants to conquer on both runes early on us, they're going to have to sacrifice their unit, essentially, because they're not going to be able to pull it back. And it just does a lot. It just has always felt really solid. Like, we don't mind being stuck in a battlefield because we can just drop big units there and hold. So I really like it. For going first, I actually am trying the Treasure Hoard. And the theory behind this is that our second turn going first, we don't play 4 mana plays. We ideally go for Find Your Center, or we can drop a Frostcoat Mother, or we can have 3 mana open for a back off, for example. These are our best options on our second turn. This means that we can go in with our 2-drop, conquer, pay 1, and generate a gold. And that gold, if we haven't ramped, for example, that gold really translates into a rune later, right? Because we can play a Singularity, for example, if we didn't ramp on our 3rd turn, and then we've only lost 1 rune in the process, which means on turn 4 we go up to 7 again, which means we can drop the Astral Heron. It can also allow us to hide early without losing our ramp as well, which is really important. And having that extra rune, I feel like, really matters in a lot of scenarios. It allows us to, if we ramp, on the same turn we go for the Treasure Hoard, we can set up an accelerated Watcher in a pinch on our 3rd turn. Actually, no, not on our 3rd turn. No, sorry. Like, that's not... It for later, essentially. Theoretically, I just really like it. And then the battlefield going second that I've actually really liked is the Power Nexus, because choosing battlefields for Nasus is really tricky. Because what Nasus is as a deck is a deck that, you know, gets going later in the game and tries to hold later in the game, right? And conquer. But you're generally going to be behind, so you're going to be forced to hold in the mid to late game. But the problem is, if you play battlefields that benefit you from holding, your opponent is going to use them against you, because they're going to be able to hold against you in the early to mid game. So, playing something like Amateur Recital would be good for us, but our opponent's going to make better use of it. Playing something like Fortified Position, you know, going second, you really don't want to be doing that. Obviously, we can't play Grove of the God Willow. Like, there's so many battlefields that are just very, very scary because the opponent can just, like, capitalize on them and use them against you. I also don't like Sigil of the Storm because when you're going second, you want to be getting to a battlefield to drop the Astral Heron. And the opponent's going to be holding on the other battlefield, so if you go into this one, then you're going to be deramping yourself, and that's going to hurt you quite a bit. I like Sunken Temple, but you really only get one draw off of it in a game, and I just feel like that really doesn't justify this battlefield. I need a battlefield that actually helps me. And Power Nexus is that, because Power Nexus allow me to threaten lethal at 5. When I go to 5 and I'm holding in a Power Nexus, if I double hold, I can threaten with a lethal, forcing my opponent to come in, and that's what I want, my opponent to come in, to be able to, you know, stun them and to be able to retaliate with my bench. If I have a Steel Pulse, I can empower, I can come in with a Watcher. Like, the more units my opponent sends into battle, the more I can remove with my Watcher and my White Flame Protector. So I like the Power Nexus because it just forces the opponent to be a bit more aggressive in the late game, which is what we want. And it puts a timer on them, and it allows us to set up some really strong lethal scenarios. Like this battlefield has really, I'm really happy with. And then with the sideboard, we have 3 gear removal. We have 2 not so fast in the sideboard. We have the 3rd Singularity, 1 Smokescreen, 2 Decree of Insight, and the 3rd Bellows Breath. This battlefield is primarily designed to be able to take on Aurora.
Smiley face.
What's the point of the Sigil battlefield? The Sigil battlefield is to slow the opponents down, generally. Like, if you're playing a slower deck, it's good because the opponent, if they want to double conquer, they're going to be losing runes, so you're going to be slowing them down. But it works against us, unfortunately. Nangard with the Prime! 87 months. That's my boy. Talks a lot of shit to me, but honestly, like, I can't say anything. Hey, Marshall. Lurk away. Nice to see you here, man. So this sideboard, like I said the other day, is still like, I'm still really gearing towards Aurora. Decree of Insight helps us against body decks, but it also allows us to kill Elder Dragon. Basically, any color combination that doesn't feature purple or yellow struggles removing Elder Dragon. So with Decree of Insight, we can put it at Singularity range. And the same can be said for Smokescreen. Like, against Aurora, I basically bring 9 cards in. So I change a lot of my deck against Aurora, because Aurora, and that's where Power Nexus come in. Power Nexus can be good against Aurora because it can allow us to close out the game earlier. But these cards are also useful in other matchups. Like, Not So Fast is also useful in a lot of other matchups when they run Rebuke and Falling Star and stuff like that. Smokescreen can be used against combat-centric decks outside of Aurora. And of course, gear removal can be useful there. Bellows Breath can come in against more aggressive decks or mid-range decks. Against mid-range decks in general, I do bring the 3rd Bellows Breath because Thousand-Tailed Watcher into Bellows is just a phenomenal thing. And for now, that's the deck that I'm working with. What is the name of the game? The name of the game is Riftbound, the League of Legends trading card game. Signature Spell is the best card against Master Yi. I disagree. I disagree because Defy exists. And they sideboard in stuff like Not So Fast as well. Koisaki! Koisaki with the Prime, 11 months. Yu-Gi-Oh! My boy, thank you. Hey chat, why is Mogwai choosing Nasus' deck? I'm choosing Nasus because I believe he's very underrated, and I think there's a lot of good matchups across the board, and I feel like he could be a really solid pick for Barcelona. Singularity against Master Yi is key. White Flame Protector and Thousand-Tailed Watcher are very good into Master Yi. Against Master Yi, we just try to basically develop as much might as we can, and we try to hold. Also, we got some cool combos like White Flame Protector and Thousand Tail Watcher with a Temporal Breach. We can do a lot of things against Master Yi. Frostgoat Mother is really solid there too because she becomes 6 might. So we just try to outmuscle them without getting out-tempo to death early. That's also a reason why I'm playing Student. Student can help me early. Punch First is powerful. Defy, like the combination of Punch First and Defy is strong against us, so we have to be able to... but even something like Ruin Runner is not perfect against us because White Flame Protector and Thousand Tailed Watcher can still fight her. You know, because Thousand Tailed Watcher doesn't target her. So Temporal Breach is a really important card in the matchup. Singularity definitely does a lot. So I'm going to be playing a lot of games today, testing this. As first of all, we face off against Mel. We're going to lead off with the Vile Mausoleum. Singularity is very important in a Mel matchup. And we get to go first. They play Abandoned Hall. Okay. We have the Find Your Center, which is really nice. We have the Rainbow Student. The Feral Strength is also neat. I feel like the White Flame Protector can be strong here, to be honest. But I really would like to find the Heron. I'm gonna mulligan too. Maybe I regret mulliganing the White Flame Protector, to be honest. But I also feel like they have stuff like Ride the Wind. And we want to find Singularity. Singularity is the nuts here. They play a Ray Bloom Student themselves. We are... What are we going to do? Walking into the Abandoned Hall, I believe, is quite risky. So I think I just want to find your center. We draw. Pick up a 7 cost. We stay in the back. This allows us to go to 7, which is important. The key thing is they can't, like... I don't want to leave my Brilliant Bloom exposed here. They have 5 runes open, which enables a lot. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to double develop here. And, you know, they get 2 points ahead, but I punish their lack of board development. I'm going to let that go through. We're going to draw again. I think this may be a time to... I think dropping a Singularity here may be worth... Let's think about this. Like, a Singularity allows me to... wipe these 2, forces them to develop further. It's quite expensive for this, but... Yeah, this is tricky. But I mean, clearing the board can allow me to potentially go to 4. So I'm gonna empower here. And then I'm gonna trigger Nasus and untap 2 runes. I'm gonna go with it. Like, this may be a mistake, but I'm gonna clear their board with this. If I had a Brello's Breath, I would have been able to deal with this a lot easier. Bro, that card, the card is broken, but it's not that broken, my brother in Christ. Like, Jesus Christ. Yeah. Okay, so we draw the Astral Heron, which I really like. If I tap this, I untap 2, I get to play that, and I get to play you, but... I think I... I could get gusted here, but I think I want to preserve my energy, okay? How do I... How do I put this on the stack? I guess that. Okay. I'm gonna play Premonition for free. Is that a watcher? No, that can't be a watcher. No, it can be, and then they accelerate it. Okay. I think they forgot to empower their Mel. Do I just try to clear this? Resolves, which means I go up to 5. Resolves, which means I go up to 5 here, and I draw, and I pump you even further. I don't get to trigger the Astral Heron because I was forced to charge 2 spells here. Okay. I think I just want to accelerate Watcher here. Draw into another Watcher. I mean, they need to some serious, like, I don't know how they're gonna clear this, but I can just I can just preserve it like this. Like, I don't need to set up the back off because I have the ability to accelerate another Watcher after, and I have a really hard time seeing how they can take out both of these battlefields. They made a mistake not empowering the Mbesa though, the Mel. There we go. So against Mel, we won the triple singularity. Like, this card is absolutely insane against them. Bellows Breath is dangerous because they can counter it. Not so fast feels quite important as well. We're going second now, so find your center doesn't quite do as much. I do like my big units. That's kind of how I win. I don't want to take out the White Flame Protector. I'm gonna take out at least 2 find your centers because they just don't, like, when I'm going second, they're a lot less relevant. I like the Feral Strength. Yeah, I'm just gonna take out the find your centers. Because when I'm going second, I already go to 7 naturally. We keep the singularity, we keep the defy. We probably drop the back off for now. But defy, like, you never mulligan defy against Mel, because it's the one way, like, this card, its sole purpose is to counter their counter, essentially. We're gonna play Crab and draw. I'm gonna play another Crab and draw. I could try to trade here. But I guess I'll just get my point. They're gonna use their Mel on a crab, and I'm okay with that. Let's get banished so it doesn't trigger. It's death knell, so it doesn't trigger. They're still forgetting to empower the Mbesa. The Mel. I could defy this, but I think I'm not going to. I'm just going to take a look at their hand. Getting out tempoed here. When you end your turn, it'll flip over. Okay, wait. Click on I again. Now we're getting pressured a bit. Like, they're actually tempoing us, which is a problem. Do we let them go to 5? That's problematic, but I don't see a way around it. I have to play this. Trigger you. And drop you. Yeah, this feels rough. We had a bit of a weak start. That's also like the problem with the crab. The crab doesn't really do anything to help us early, but the card draw is really nice. But if it was like a lonely Poro, it would have been a bit better in the situation. So they drew Bellows Breath. And they discarded it. They still have Ride the Wind, Fizz, and Watcher. Okay. So that's one of the cards they drew. They have Ride the Wind. They're going to go for that. I'm going to let that happen. We have to play around Ride the Wind. We also got to factor in... Okay, that back off is a good draw. I would sack my Scuttle Crab, but I really don't want to do that. So they have in hand, they have Ride the Wind, they have Fizz, they have Watcher, and they have another spell. So if we deny Ride the Wind, odds are pretty good. So I'm gonna go here to prevent the Ride the Wind Conquer there. Going here prevents the Ride the Wind from allowing him to get a sneaking conquer there. We conquer here. Our Heron is in the battlefield. Now the question is, what do we develop? We kind of want to just go for a double Bellows Breath. Like, this is the turn to do that. Which means we probably want to develop Nasus. Nasus gives us 3 mana to work with, and that should be enough. Like, we need that big body, right? If we play the Raven Student, we have a lot more energy to do things. But I think it has to be Nasus. I'm gonna drop Nasus. Untap 2. Resolves. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to play... Bellows Beth repeated here. They play rebuttal. Just the counter. So we're going to play Defy. And because they have Ride the Wind, we know they have Ride the Wind. It's consuming a lot of runes though. But we want to clear up that backboard, right? So we can conquer there. But we're going down 3 runes. That's a pretty big deal. We know what they have in hand, so we may as well just do this. That way we take away 1 less. And then we pay 1. And now we can go and conquer here. And unfortunately, we have to hide this back off, right? Because otherwise the Watcher's coming down. They can watch or ride the wind. And if we want to force that ride the wind, we need to hide here. Okay, so they don't ride the wind. That's phenomenal for us. That's absolute. Oh my god, the Stupefy. Oh my god, the Stupefy top deck. Oh my god. Oh my god, bro. Actually, wait, no, wait. I don't have to, wait, this cost 4. Jesus Christ, what am I doing? This cost me no power. Because I got the Heron! Oh my goodness. And I just set up for a double conquer. I just set up for a double conquer here. What are they playing? Crab and student? Cinema. Cinema. Absolute cinema. I can't believe I paid for that singularity like I didn't have an Astro Heron on the board. And that's actually like that's a low-key wide Stupefy is a lot better than it seems with when you're playing Astro Heron, because it's just 1 mana and then you trigger him and then you get to drop a singularity without oof. I mean they haven't conceded yet, so I mean, I should look at your hand. I mean, they say GG, so I thought they were just leaving, but they're not. They played Bellows to kill my 2 units, so you should show me your hand. Okay, I mean, it's safe to say we won this game, and I think they just left. You know, we have the. I mean, we would if they clear our crab, we would be able to see their hand, and we know one of the cards is Ride the Wind. Ride the Wind is something else. Okay. So I basically play this here, and I untap 2, and I triggered this, and I give my Nasus an obscene amount of might, and I go in, and I pass focus. If they have that, okay. There we go. I mean, they should have showed me their hand when they killed the crab, but oh, whatever. Does the 3 student feel good? I haven't tried it. The reasoning behind the 3 student is that we need some actual muscle in our early plays, and with triple Stupefy and triple Discipline, student is just really solid. We also play 1 Feral Strength to give us a little bit of extra boost. Because we want to be able to go into a battlefield to play the Astro Heron. Ideally on our 3rd turn if we play Find Your Center, but if not, like we want to be able to get in there and apply pressure. And the student grows quite a bit, right? With like we play 22 spells. So it's not the most synergistic shell for student, but it's synergistic enough because of the triple Stupefy and the triple Discipline. It's just basically gonna be on average, he's gonna be like a 4 might unit for 2 energy, right? Once we get these spells going. I also really like the Frostcoat Mother. It just gives me something more to do with Nasus, and a play like going 2nd, leading off with this feels really nice. Do you cut Find Your Center when you go 2nd? And I cut Retreat, yes. Retreat was not performing bad per se. but it was a very low impact card, and it only really combos well with the Scuttle Crab. And essentially, like, find your center. I do tend to take it out unless I find other cards that go out, because it's not completely useless, right? But it's not as good when you're going second, because when you're going second, you're curving out to 7 naturally. It's still useful because you can use it to ram to 8 and then accelerate Watcher or play Nasus. So, like, I don't tend to cut all 3. It depends on the matchup, but if I'm bringing a lot of stuff, like against Mel, I'm bringing the 3rd Singularity and I'm bringing the Not So Fast, right? Then I cut it from when I'm going second. But I can also potentially cut a crab, right? Like, there are things that I can do. I don't bring 3 singularities every game. Quite frankly, like, it depends. Like, if I'm facing Draven, for example, I actually cut 1 or even 2 defies. Probably 1. And I bring in 2 Not So Fast, because Draven tends to play more like Rebuke and Falling Star. Just one question, because I'm new. Can someone give me a quick explanation on how the scoring works? Yes, I can give you a quick TLDR. In order to win a game in Riftbound, you have to score 8 points. You score a point by conquering a battlefield and or holding it. So when you walk into a battlefield, if after the showdown you're the one who has a unit there, you conquer the battlefield and that gives you a point. And then if your turn begins and you still have a unit, at least, in that battlefield, you score a point for holding. But if you hold a battlefield, if you've scored a point for holding, you can't score a point for conquering that battlefield on the same turn, because you've already conquered it at the beginning of the turn, essentially. What holding is essentially you're conquering the battlefield at the very beginning of your turn by just having a unit there. So that means that you can basically score 2 points per turn. But this counts you and your opponents. Oh, no, sorry. This count, I mean, your opponents as well, but you can score points on your opponent's turn by having cards that move you into a battlefield during their turn. But that's a bit more complex. Will you create a tier list for this meta? Not only the Vendetta champion? Yeah, but I need to play more games to really have a strong opinion. What is your feeling about Akali? I still think that she's good. But I also think that she struggles against a lot of aspects in the meta. I think she struggles against Aurora. And I think she struggles a lot against Draven. And I think there's a good chance that Draven makes a big comeback. The reason I like Nasus is because I feel like I can bully mid-range decks better. And I really, really like Singularity in this metagame. There's a lot of Defy, and there's a lot of... and then Mel plays Rebuttal, and Singularity is not affected by those. Cat and Wolf works. I tried this deck and the Wolf made me cut the cat out. I could see a universe in which Steel Paws... It's been useful though for dragged out games where like I still need to generate more might. Like I really like it. It's definitely not a 3-of. It could just be a 1-off. And I could run like another 2-drop. Like, I could end up in a situation where I take out 1 Steel Paws, I take out 1 Scuttle Crab, and I bring in like two Lonely Poros or something like that. Just one question, Mogwai. What influenced your decision on the chosen champion for this deck? I believe Nasus is actually a good card. I think people memed a lot on this guy, but I think this card is actually pretty solid. The Empower is something that you rarely get to do, but the threat of it is always there. Like, this guy makes if you go to 5, then this guy being in the base is a problem your opponent has to factor in. But what I really like about Nasus is the Deflect 2. I think Deflect 2 is extremely strong. With your Legend, you essentially get to play him for 6 energy. As long as you have 8 runes, you get to play him for 6 energy. And if your opponent wants to interact with him, like if they want to bounce him, they're burning a lot of runes. No Sprite Mother. I prefer Astro Heron. I like Astro Heron Singularity a lot. I prefer that over the Sprite Mother. What about Sanctum to give more utility to Steel Paws and Nasus? Sanctum with Steel Paws and Nasus is just like... It's such a minor effect. Like, that battlefield is a lot better with Mbessa, where they have a lot of, like, cheap and power effects. But with Frostcoat Mother and with Steel Paws, like, okay, I bring in Steel Paws there and I get to empower him for 6 instead of 7. Like, that's just not doing enough as a battlefield. Like, having a battlefield that only synergizes with, like, 5 of my units and it doesn't really give me much of an edge is not worth it. The Power Nexus does give me an edge, potentially. No more Jace. Unfortunately, the prophecy was true. Unfortunately, Jace is an Aurora deck. Okay, so we have... Oh my goodness, we have the Premonition. With the Astro Heron. That's so strong, but I don't have a 2-drop. I have to find your center, though. I don't want to mulligan this. This is probably really greedy, but I'm going to keep the Premonition. And I'm just going to have to skip my first turn, which really sucks. But it is what it is. Now, do I go for the Find Your Center? Or do I drop the Frostcoat Mother is the question here. If I drop the Frostcoat Mother, I can... I go to 6. I get to empower for 2. Like, for 4. It just seems very expensive. But if I drop the Astro Heron, I could get... Feels bad to empower this and having them... I think I'm going to play the Frostcoat Mother to be able to threaten this Traveling Merchant. Maybe this isn't correct, but I feel like having a unit here. They discard Rasa. They conquer. They burn 2. Oh, that's a Nocturne down. That's nice. They play Cannon on curve. They no longer have energy for a Starcrossed. They hide a card, though. What could this card be? What do we expect this to be? A switcheroo? Do we go in? think we do. This could be a yellow cannon. Oh shit, it's a yellow cannon. It's a yellow cannon. So that's 6. I guess this is more likely. This is really bad. This is 6 versus 3. Like, I need to find something else. Okay. And it could just be another stupefy here. So that at least I don't lose the body. That feels bad though. If I had empowered, I would be empowered and I wouldn't have to, like, I would have just needed to go for a stupefy. I was just fearing the switcheroo. I misplayed here. I mean, I thought about the cannon too late is the problem. But what matters is I can develop Fizz into stack deck. Approved. If I would have been empowered with this, it would have been so much better. Temporal breach is interesting. Approved. I'm gonna play Premonition. I'm gonna drop this here. I'm gonna hide a card. My Frostcode Mother was empowered. That was the big blunder here. I didn't even use the Find Your Center. I was really greedy with the Premonition Keep. It's just such a good play to go for, like drawing a bunch of stuff, but now I'm in trouble. Proved. So ride the wind. Okay. They don't find the Nocturne. But Starcrossed is very likely, but we do have a counter for Starcrossed. Okay, no Starcrossed. That's really important. It's really important, actually. So they go in with Fizz, just with Fizz, to trade with that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to pay 2. And I'm going to Discipline here. And then trigger this. Okay. That's really key. I want to keep the back off open. If I go for the Empower here, I just barely have any left. But I can use the Astro Heron defensively. Sorry, thinking. Left turn. If I play you, I get to play the next card for a lot less. And I get to preserve more might over there. Nah, wait. Nah, fuck it. I'm gonna drop this. That's a pretty poor use of the Astro Heron, but at least it allows me to do things next turn. I think I woke back with you, and I call that a turn. I could have empowered this and untapped too, but I want to keep my mana open. And I'll be able to empower the mother for a lot less next turn. Because I could have played... No, I didn't have the energy. Okay, so they're gonna... Nocturne and Nocturne, okay. Okay. So 8 in total. I don't know if this is a correct play. It's kind of awkward because I could just play back off. Hard bargain. Approve. Okay. Approved. So I draw. and then this goes out, and this resolves. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to play Pharaoh Strength. My secret one-off. Cinema. This returns to the hand because it's star-crossed. Prove. Absolute cinema. Because my first card was countered, the Heron does not resolve. That's how that works. And now we get to empower our Frostcode Mother with just one. There's 2 Rasas there, so we cannot let them conquer. We have another back off, which is amazing. I could just get rid of this with a singularity, but that just feels bad. I think I'd rather just develop a Nasus. I really want to prevent them from conquering here, so I think the first thing is I'm just gonna empower this. Okay, so let me think. If I play Astro Heron, I trigger this. It costs me 5. And my next play, so if I play Nasus 1, 2, 3, 4, I still have 2 runes open. Using Singularity here feels really bad. Like, I just feel like that's just not the play. But playing Nasus is also expensive. I'm gonna drop another Heron. I'm gonna trigger both of these and do this. Untap 2. Resolve, resolve, resolve. So our next play cost a lot less. It could just be a singularity to get rid of this, but I feel like I can make more use. I mean, what way do they have to like accelerate on me is the thing. Ride the wind. They need some heavy plays here, but this thing is a bit of a nuisance. These Find Your Centers are not, like, they're just kind of like clogging up my hand here. I think I may just double hold here. I tap, I rewind. I tap 1 to empower this, and I go in here. And then I pay 1, 2, 3, 4. And I drop Nasus in here. And then I hide 1, and I'm just gonna hide the back off here, because if they want to go here, they have more to do. I have 14 might on both sides. And I have a steel pause in the back. I should have probably played this steel pause, but I wanna make sure I have options. Because I could find a defy, and 1 steel pause is all I need right now. I'm not gonna be able to. I mean, I could theoretically pump both, but I don't think I'm ever doing that. Like, this cannon is a problem, but I really didn't want to throw a Singularity. Like, the Singularity can do a lot more. Maybe that's a mistake. I have a lot of might for them to overcome with very little to no board presence. Like, they need to do a lot here. They play Fizz, so they're going to Star-Crossed with Fizz. To bounce this back. We can't really prevent that. Okay, proved. They don't have any more Star-Cross, which is nice. But if they want to stun Nasus, they got to play 2 Deflect. So 4, 6, yeah, okay. And that works. And they play a merchant. And they hide a card. I'm not sure what that hidden card could be. But I know there's no more hard bargain, so I think we can just empower the Steel Paws. Empower the Steel Paws. Untap 2. Play you. Empower you for free. Trigger both of these and then tap 2. Singularity, you and you. Cinema. Go in here. Go to 6. Very nice. Very nice. I mean, this is the kind of matchup where Singularity definitely feels very powerful. I was kind of missing another Bellows Breath to be honest. I think this is the kind of matchup with triple Bellows with Watcher does a lot. I also feel like there's a matchup where is triple Singularity worth here? I mean, the Feral Strength definitely put in the work there. The Not So Fast, like they're probably gonna bring in some more. I feel like running one Not So Fast is good, and I feel like I definitely want to be playing Tomb Raider Barbara. We're going second, so I take out the 3 Find Your Centers. I feel like running 3 Singularities is a bit greedy. Even though it's very strong, but we have the Watcher, and I also feel like Bellows Breath can do a lot to clear. Maybe I want triple Singularity, but they're gonna have hard bargains as well. Let's go with this. Maybe I should have brought the third Singularity, to be honest. Okay, Astral Heron. Astral Heron with Bellows Breath. I mean, double Astral Heron. Maybe I can drop one Bellows this early to try to find other stuff, like that Defy can allow me to counter. Play a student that can deter them a little bit here. They get a Nocturne. Strong. Very strong. Double Rasa. No, just one Rasa discarded. Okay. I feel like triple Singularity probably was better. Okay, so discard a Cannon. Already regretting mulliganing the Bellows. Kind of want to eat up their unit here. But I also really like the Stupefy. They're gonna have like the Assault though. I'm gonna Stupefy here. And draw, we find another Stupefy. It's interesting. Am I gonna discard the Defy? I think I am. Even though it feels kind of sus. Stupefy here. Basically, they have 6 might. It gives me 7 might, but if they drop like a shovel or something, then it's just not gonna be enough. I mean, they know what to play around here. Is the problem. Like, I feel like this is a bad play, but I also want to try to find a way to get this Astral Heron in. Okay. Okay. Yeah, this is a bad play. Ah, this Nocturne really hurt us. Gonna hide a card there. I mean, oof. Okay. I think we need to slow down the game a little bit. I regret discarding the Defy. Is it a Starcrest? Okay, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna pay 2. I'm gonna see if I can find Not So Fast. Nope. Okay. Shit. That's a switcheroo. That is a switcheroo if I've ever seen one. They empower the Vi, they do that, and then they kill. Dropping the Defy. I mean, to be fair, they weren't going to rebuke anyways. Also, dropping the Bellows Breath. Like, we know Bellows Breath is super good here. Like, I should... Okay. Let's go with this. So untap these two. Let's go here. And let's clear. And, let's just... Man, if I had a Bellows, why did I mulligan away the Bellows? What was I thinking? Now they empower the Vi and they get to clear that easily. And I'm in a position where, I mean, I have my mulligans to blame. Like, mulliganing the Bellows was a bad idea. And then they bring back Rasas, and it's pretty much over, right? Like, I need to find... even if I find the Singularity, we're cooked. There's no universe in which any top that gets us out of here. GG. Okay. I miss, like, I definitely did not play that super well. Some mistakes were made. I like the Bellows Breath. I like the Tomb Raider Barbara to be able to deal with that. I do want the 2-drops. I do want my Find Your Centers back though, so I can accelerate. White Flame Protector gives me the ability to punch through and develop a lot of might. Defy is important, but I just like the Bellows more. They have a Rebuke, so I do want the Not So Fast. I want a lot of cards here. I need to take out 2 cards. Feral Strength was good, but I'm going to drop it. And I guess I'm going to drop 1... One Frostcoat Mother. Okay, we have the Scuttle Crab. Let's mulligan away the Premonition. Let's mulligan away the Stupefy. Let's keep the Defy. Yep. Let's draw a card. Okay. See, I could go here and generate a gold, but right now, let me go for Find Your Center first. Draw a card. There's the White Flame Protector. I could come in here and just generate a gold, though. I have another crab, so I can let this one go. I can get some information on their hand. We have an abandon. We have a lot of counter spells, which makes sense. They're gonna make a gold as well and play a nocturne. Okay. There's a bellows. A bellows can slow them down considerably. I think it is worth playing here. I can stupefy to cycle. And then I can pay one with the gold and just bellows this so they don't get the point. And then I can develop double cat. Approved. Okay, so we have an abandon, we have that, and we have a fizz. We have Alex Louise. You mean online? Okay, so Rasa and Merchant go down. Oh, interesting. I like having this not so fast here. It's basically an answer to Rebuke. They play Kennen. They burn Starcross and Last Rites. They have a Fizz in hand. And they have 2 mana open for a counter spell. Now I can make use of my cats here. I think this is worthy of a defy. Definitely, because if they want to face Starcross, it's going to cost them a lot of gold. But if they face Starcross, like, because they have 2 counter spells in hand, me preserving energy, the backup there is not a good idea, so I'm just going to go here. Conquer here as well. I'm going to generate another gold, and then I'm going to play a student in the back. Because we know they have 2 counter spells in hand. So if they fizz Starcross, it's going to cost them 3 power. And I have the threat of another Steel Paws in the back. So, okay, so they're gonna play that. They have 6 left. There's a Fizz with a Star-Crossed. There's the Counterspell backup. Downwell. They sideboard in Downwell, okay. Let's take a look. Rebuke. Not so fast. Vi. Rebuke is like, the deflect here is really nice because it really deters the rebuke. So they play, where do they play Flash from? Oh yeah, they play Flash from there. Oh. Yeah, okay. And they play that there. Where's my Singularity, bro? Where is my Singularity, bruh? They can pay 2 to bring back with 3. So they can, right now they can only bring back the Cannon or the Merchant. We have a Defy and we have a Not So Fast, so we have tools against that. They are at 3. I think at this point we just play Nasus. We scored to 4, so we can try to aim to score to 5 the next turn. Yep. So Vi, Rebuke, Hard Bargain, Vi, Rebuke, Hard Bargain, Fizz, Abandon, and another card that they pulled off with Stack Deck. 1 Rasa in the grave. Abandon and Hard Bargain can be navigated around. Like the hand information from the crabs is so useful though. Like it's a unit that cannot be underestimated.
Arigato gozaimasu.
Loving the Rift-bound content. Excited to see what you end up bringing to Barca and seeing how you do.
Thank you for the Prime, Kane. Love you, Kane. We're like this entire week, we're grinding. This is an important matchup. Like we can definitely expect to see. There'll be a lot of different versions of Kennen though. This one allows them to replay stuff. Another stack deck, okay. I need my Singularity, bro. I need my Singularity to deal with this Kennen. This Kennen is a problem. They find another Nocturne. Goddamn, okay. But our game plan is quite simple. Like, we're just trying to muscle to 6. They're tapping out for an Atacan. What the fuck? What in the actual fuck? Jesus Christ. If I had scored earlier, I would threaten with like they would not be able to do that because I would threaten with a Nasus. So maybe I should have just scored. I should have just went to 5 last turn. Maybe that's what I should have done. In hindsight, yeah. No singularities, nothing of the like. So what we're gonna do is we're quite simply gonna play the White Flame Protector. Oh my god, I just revealed not so fast. God damn it, bro. Bro, like, I can't, like, this is so stupid. Like, why can't I just... Okay. Stuff 6 runes. I want to keep my as many runes open as I can because I need to be able to counter cards. I don't need the gold at this point. I need to go to 6. I have a shitload of units here. And they could have a downwell. That's right, it's okay. There's my freaking singularity, okay. You got a double hold here. You got to play that somewhere in a battlefield. Yep. Put some Garen music for hype. Here we go. Okay, so... Sure. Sure, no problem. And no, I cannot empower Nasus and just Singularity that side because they have Abandon and Hard Bargain. So we gotta do this the old-fashioned way. And that means popping a Singularity. 2 Rasas, 1 card. Abandon. Defy. Boom. Cinema. I wouldn't see a Nasus empowered win. Yeah, I know. And believe me, I have, they exist. Like, I have had them. I think in hindsight, I should have gone to 5. If I have a Nasus on the board, I should have gone to 5 and just sacrificed my student for the 5th point. No reason not to get the 5th point there, because then I don't allow them to develop a bunch of might like that. Like, I don't allow them to make a play like Atacan, because my Nasus threatens the win, right? So they can't just like tap out and chill. Yeah, his real power is the threat of it, 100%. And the 2 deflect. The 2 deflect is really fucking nice, because if they want to bounce him, they have to, if it's a star-crossed, if it's like a Fizz star-crossed, that's 4 power. If they want to rebuke him, that's 4 power. Like, they blow up their runes just to bounce him. If you're behind and your opponent's out-tempoing the hell out of you, then they can afford to do that. But if you manage to fight back and slow them down, then they can't. We all owe an apology to Green Nasus. He got memed on. My boy got memed on for... I mean, even me. Everybody laughed at him. But nah, he's legit. Spellsonger is 4 deflect, just saying. Yeah, it's just that it's such a win more card. And it doesn't really help us for what, you know. Playing Spellsonger in this deck it's insane. I'm just gonna say it's absolutely insane. Like, yes, it can go crazy with Astro Heron, and yes, it can go crazy with but even with Nasus, like, you can make an argument for like a one-off of Spellsonger and something like a Kali with Stellacorn and Jhin. Like, you can actually try to make an argument there, but you still don't see those decks playing it. But here is ridiculous. You know what's better than winning? Winning more. I mean, that's a good point. Are you planning on playing in some online competitions too? I just noticed that there's a yeah, I'll play this. I will 100% play this. %. And I also want to you know, play in locals too with, like, I'm just trying to figure out what deck I'm grinding. And that's what this week is gonna be for, like, trying to really fine-tune Nasus. But as you can see, like, the deck has a lot to offer, and like the one off of Pharaoh's Strength seems off, but it really, like, I just think that running 2 premonitions is, the card is really strong. But if you don't find your Astro Heron, or if your Astro Heron gets bounced too quickly, then this card becomes a super brick. So I like it as a one-off for you know, moments in which we get to pop off with it. But we have just enough card draw to keep on going. Like, I haven't had huge issues with, like, because I have so many big plays. I feel like my card draw, it's always nice to have a little bit more card draw, but I feel like my card draw is just fine. It's like, it's okay as it is now for the deck. I just started learning the game and participated in some German tournament league. Such great fun. Still need to buy an actual deck for locals. Probably going Mel. I think Mel is... She's also a legend that got shit on a lot. Bro, everybody was shitting on Mel. And... her signature spell is like, her signature spell is one of the reasons why I gravitated towards Nasus, because I think Singularity is just really good. Mel is stuff as a first deck, yeah, but Teldo has a big card gaming background. Like, I know him. He's not like just getting into. He's played a lot of card games, so I think it's a deck that he'll enjoy, and he'll learn how to play well. I am Rich. Hello. She seems super versatile. She can work for both tempo and control-y playstyles. I can see that. I really like Nasus, and I can see him having so much card draw that he can be a toolbox legend with his spells at least. But the thing that I struggle with Premonition. What do we think about? I mean, Treasure Hoard felt pretty alright there. It gave us a treasure and allowed us to make more plays. Sometimes Find Your Center feels like shit. Nasus decks that don't run Singularity make me sad. The card is so good. The card is nuts. Absolutely nuts. So nuts that there's a lot of games where I want to play 3. But I'm happy that I brought in the Not So Fast, even though we didn't end up using it in the game. Probably should not have dropped to the 5 because they were running a lot of counter spells. I still gotta get the sideboard right. This guy is an absolute beast in a lot of matchups though. Like against Master Yi, against Irelia, like this guy just comes in. Like, this card is amazing in Nasus. It combos really well with Astro Heron too, because you get to play him for 2 less power. This guy against Master Yi is a godsend, an absolute godsend. Because it allows you to set up a hold in one side and break through the other. Like, it's such a powerful play, and the fact that he only costs 6. And if we have an Astro Heron on the board, he theoretically costs 4. That protector does seem really strong. Yeah, he's very, like, people, I don't see people playing him in Nasus, and here's, like, I play 2 Temporal Breach. So not only do we have the Temporal Breach 1000 Tilt Watcher combo, everybody knows that one. I got the Temporal Breach White Flame Protector combo. They come in, I bounce him, I gave +8 to say, oh my, it's so good. How come you don't run Tasty Faithful? It's good. It's good, but I think I have the right... I prefer, instead of running more 7-drops, I prefer running 2 Frostcoat Mothers. Like, this card has really impressed me. I thought very little of it at first, but it's just really solid. It just gives us that early body that we can later enhance. He can give himself +8, yes. Give a unit +8. It can be himself. But he can also, like, this is a hidden combo that can affect the other battlefield too. I can have this with a Temporal Breach, and they attack the other battlefield because they don't want to play into a hidden card. And I Temporal Breach, and I give +8 might to the other battlefield. Do you think the Rockfall Battleground could work for this deck as pseudo removal since you have Temporal Breach? I thought about that. The problem with Rockfall Path is that it makes my Temporal Breach play very linear because I literally can only use it as removal. And it has anti-synergy with my deck because I want to play Astro Heron in a battlefield. I want to go in with a small unit, conquer a battlefield, and they play Astro Heron in there. If I face a good player, they're gonna conquer, they're gonna hold the other battlefield and prevent me from doing that play. And that fucks me up a lot. We are a deck, like, we wanna, in the mid to late game, we wanna drop big ass units on battlefields to establish a hold. And with Rockfall Path, I can't do that in one of the battlefields, like my own battlefield. I do like the combo in Kaisa. How do we fight Lux? That's the funny thing, we don't really. The way to counter Lux is by running the gear. But I expect to see a lot more Aurora than Lux in Barcelona, so because the Aurora matchup without a proper sideboard is really tough. So I decided, like, I have a game plan with my sideboard for Aurora. Obviously, like, the gear removal, but then the 2 not so fast, and I basically bring everything except for the Bellows Breath against Aurora. The 3 Singularities, the 2 Decree of Insight, and the 1 Smokescreen, these 3 cards allow us to put Elder Dragon at Singularity range. Because we need to kill the dragon. If we face Jace Aurora, they can bop our board with not only with the Flurry, but with the Bellows Breath. So we need to be able to kill the dragon. So the idea is we run these reductions, and then Smokescreen is flexible for other mid-range matchups as well. And we Singularity the dragon. We get rid of the Aurora, we get rid of the dragon, and we go on from there. But it's still a matchup that I have to practice a lot because it may still be. Like, I don't want to bring a deck that's really bad to Aurora. Like, that's the only thing that I'm, like, really... That's the problem with Nasus for me right now. Like, I don't want to be weak to a deck that I know is going to be really popular because they're going to... Jace is going to bring Aurora. Sivir is going to bring Aurora. People are going to play Poppy Aurora. There's a lot of champions that people are going to go Chosen Champion Aurora. I don't understand what's going on here, but I'm here, Miguel. Thank you. I appreciate you. Retreats were working, but they're very low impact. And this deck doesn't need as much ramp, like, as you think as you believe it does. What do you think is the biggest struggle with Nasus? Right now, Aurora. Theoretically, Aurora is the toughest, which is why my sideboard is dedicated towards it. And there are other problems, right? Like getting out tempoed. We have a Nasus Mirror. And we go second, okay. We have the Astro Heron. We can drop the Primal, the Feral Strength. What about the Defy? The Defy stops quite a few things. The back off is nice though. It stops their attacks. Like it stops the I think I'm gonna drop the Defy. I mean Defy for the Defy, right? I want to keep the Astro Heron, but I need to find a unit. So I need another mulligan here. I have 2 backoffs and 3 defies, so I'm gonna keep the backoff. They're also playing the student, okay. I'm gonna go here. I'm gonna drop my own student. And I guess I'm just gonna keep options open, because this Stupefy with Singularity can allow me to bop something like a Watcher. We find another Defy, which is nice. They play Lonely Poro too. I think at this point we play the Astro Heron. It resolves. We tap Nasus for 2. But I think we want to... I don't think I want to hide this back off here. It's just going to play Nasus in the bench. With 2 back up there, we're going to go to 3. We can threaten to go to 4. And an attack is coming next turn. Maybe playing the Astro Heron there was a mistake, because they're going to come in and we're not going to be able to do much about it. And if we go on 2 of them, like we can play Astro Heron into Nasus. But their own Watcher is a problem. We can go Astro Heron into Singularity to knock those 2 out. So that if they bring in the Watcher next turn, we have options. Tap 2 with Nasus. A Bellows Breath would have been better here, but I think weakening their attackers is nice. The problem that I'm seeing here is if I go for a Stupefy and they go for a Defy and I counter with a Defy, I can no longer, like if they Defy my Stupefy, I can no longer play my back off from hand. So that compels me to hide this. That's my thought process. If I go for a Stupefy and they go for a Defy, I can no longer trigger my Astral Heron because I went for the Singularity. But I wanted to remove those two bodies so that they expose themselves as they do that. They're gonna play as Zanyas. Do I want to burn 2 runes? Just to stupefy this so it doesn't... It prevents them from playing a 7-drop on top of that, so I think I have to do this, even though I would want to. I just can't trigger this. Oh, this feels so bad, but I'm gonna do it. Fuck. Okay. Approve. Trigger both of these. And now I do get to play my Stupefy with the deflect for free here. And they play another Stupefy and if I counter this with a Defy, no, I think this is fine. I think we just let this happen. We have another Stupefy there, but we're definitely not, you know. Okay. Okay, so they have a Watcher and they have that there. They have double Defy. They have double Defy. They They have a charm as well. So they bring the 1,000 Teal Watcher, they go in, they're gonna be able to counter my Defy with the double Defy. Now we have double Defy. One, two, three, four, five, six. We get to untap these two. They're gonna be able to charm us, which means if they charm and they double Defy, like if they bring this in, they have 11 mana that costs 6 to accelerate. They have the mana to do everything, essentially. I think we stay like this. I think we just stay like this. And I'm going to target. They have a lot of, okay, so let me think. So the target for this is for this discipline, before they try to defy it, the target would be, because they can charm a lot of things. Target would be that. So they play Defy, they have one more Defy. Kind of want the draw from this though. But if I counter this and I do that, yeah, I think I'm gonna let it go through because that keeping these two defies open is important. I'm gonna approve it. They're gonna defy that, and I'm going to defy this one. I'm okay with that. Approve. Thinking here. Thinking, bro. I'm thinking. So I need to find some kind of buff. If I can find a buff, a discipline. Thinking, bro. It's a complex game. What was I gonna draw? The Frostcoat Mother. That unfortunately means I was gonna have to establish a hold here. I was gonna have to establish a hold here and then develop you and you. I have Defy backup for something, and then the next turn I draw Bellows Breath. Not great. Not great. Okay, people are such bitches, man. Like it's a complex game, and you have to think. You have to think. They're playing so fast that they made the wrong play. Like they should have charmed the Nasus that I had in the bench because they lose otherwise. Like if I have some kind of buff, like they automatically lose. Is this the same person? Is the same person? Dipshit. They have to charm the Nasus, because if they don't charm the Nasus, I can empower and I can conquer them. Rek'Sai, okay. I'll take however long I want with my matches, bro. Like I'll take as long as I need. I'm gonna conquer here. I'm gonna look at the top two. We have a Stupefy. I think I can recycle one watches since I already have one. But we have a discipline there. That compels me to try to hold. Which forces them to stay in the Valmaw's lair, and then in response, I'm going to find your center if they go to the other side. Because if they want to accelerate Rek'Sai, I have a Stupefy for them. Okay, they high roll the fucking Under Titan. That's so annoying, bro. That's so annoying when that happens. Oh, that's so annoying when that happens, man. They made a mistake. They should have just gone in with a Rek'Sai and that. They should have just gone in. Fucking cowards. I can just try to hold against them and then retaliate with a Watcher. No, sorry. No, sorry. No, this. I go with this because this allows me to... I want to stupefy the Inferno, but I realized I can't do that. Like, it has no effect. But I'm trying to set up a situation where if they want to go in, they lose their units, right? Because I have 10 might. I have 10 might here, and if they go in to pick one of these off, then the student heals. Unless they have 2 Infernas. So that's 6. I have health, I have 4, so they succeed. They should trigger the battlefield first. They don't trigger the battlefield. What the fuck are they doing, bro? Give me a Bellows Breath. Why are they not doing the other way around? That's not how you do it. My brother in Christ. I don't think I even have to Watcher at this point. I think I need to be mindful of my Watcher. This could be a call of the week. Okay. Well, never mind. It is a Watcher. I gotta get rid of this asshole. Two crabs. Crabs protect me against coal. But that's about all they do. I'm gonna get rid of them. I need to play this Frosco Mother because I need to protect against a cold a week. And we're gonna try to beat them the way Nasus wins. By being bigger. Good shit. In a perfect world, I mean, I was gonna draw 3 crabs. 3 fucking crabs in a row. What the fuck? I'm at 4, they're at 3. Yeah, I give them a lot with this Vi Conquer, but there's no way I'm holding against the Vi. So what I'm gonna do is very simple. I'm gonna bring in my homie Nasus here, tap my Nasus, untap 2. Then I'm gonna bring in my crab. Draw a card, we get a discipline, and we're gonna bring back you, and we're gonna chill. Because we got the muscle and we got the points. And when they go to 5, this Find Your Center allows us to just cycle it. So we just hold on to it. GG. Lockdown. Size and power. Triple Bellows Breath. 1000%. I would argue Smokescreen as well. Not so fast. Seems important. And the Singularity as well. We're going second, so we can drop the Find Your Centers. I don't know if I need triple. Triple Singularity, I think, with 3 Bellows Breath, because Singularity, we need to enable it. Another not so fast would be nice. But I'm gonna keep it. I'm gonna keep it as it is. We go for the power nexus as we're going second. Triple bellows. This is a prime matchup for triple bellows here. Rek'Sai is a very, very good legend to practice into because I think it's actually quite strong. And theoretically, it can be one that can apply as a lot of pressure to us. So I need to work hard to be able to win going second here. Like I need to find ways to do that. Like I said, I don't like find your center, especially in this matchup. Like I'd rather be developing stuff on the board. And when I'm going second, okay, we keep the Bellows Breath. I would argue we keep the... I like the Defy. I mean, I like all these cards, but I need units. So I think we're going to have to let go of the Singularity, unfortunately. I cry every time. Defy is really kind of important. It stops Cold weak. But it leaves me with a very power-hungry hand. But I'm going to keep it. I'm thinking long-term here. Oh my god, what are these draws? What is this? No, 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 don't do this to me. Don't do this to... Oh my god, you're kidding me. Holy mother of bricks. Fuck, okay, well, we're fucked. Decree of Rage, interesting. Is that good against us? Not... I mean, it kills our dog. Bro. You're fucking kidding me. I mean... Ugh. Holy shit. I could bellows these two, but then I just fall behind so hard. I just don't want to do that. Nah, man. Nah, we're cooked. I could have bellows there, but I just really don't. I can always bellows with Watcher after. Okay, I think this is a Watcher bellows. I've ever seen one. Ugh. I'm gonna have to burn 2 runes here. Promise unexposed. I use this back off to cycle through my deck. Okay, how do we take this? Because we have the ability to wipe them. We cannot panic. We have the tools. The problem is like this thing comes in and attacks us and just I think for now, as bad as it seems, the play is to hold here and then clear these 3 with the bellows. Because I could empower, but I don't like leaving the Noxus on the board, and I don't like there's a big difference between that. Fuck, man. What if I wait a turn? Let me think here. What if I wait a turn and I just empower this? They're gonna double conquer on me and go to 5, and then we're in trouble. With this, we can at least slow them down somewhat. I'm gonna go with this. I'm gonna conquer here. I'm gonna pay 7. I'm gonna drop the 1,000-tailed Watcher and trigger my Nasus. Okay. Resolves. Resolves, right? Okay. So let's see if we can power out of this major brick. I could have gone for a potentially stronger clear, but I wouldn't have been able to, like, they would have double conquered and they would have been spread out across 3 lanes, and then I can't really bellows them properly. I could have charged in and then bellows, but I'd make them go to 5. Okay, so I'm thinking here, I'm going to defy this. Because if they have like if they have the ambush unit, like that's enough to really get them going. And I'm down a lot of runes here. I'm down a shitload of runes. This is bad. I mean, we just missed units. We just missed units. We can't empower our steel paws anymore, so this is gonna be tricky. It's gonna be really tricky. Vi. 6, 9. I don't know why they did so much thinking there. That's perfect to clear them. And that's game. That is game, ladies and gentlemen. I think as good as Smokescreen is, I do want some Find Your Centers back. I'm gonna get rid of this Premonition. I just feel like this is not the matchup where we can afford that. What about Pharaoh Strength? Let's go with this. Okay, so we do want to keep the Watcher. We do like the back off as well. The Steel Paws is nice. but it's also a bit slow for us here. I mean, it does give us a body to place behind. But I'm gonna mulligan it. As we find a student, which is really nice. I want to keep this Scuttle Crab to protect against Cold a Week, so I'm just gonna drop a student here. Like, this Scuttle Crab's purpose is to stop a Cold a Week. We have the Watcher Temporal Breach combo, which is amazing. Definitely something that we're working towards here. But this Scuttle Crab I'm not sending in. Because Cold a Week is a thing, and as long as I have it on the board, I'm protected against that. Happy I mulliganed the Steel Paws because I did, I mean, yeah, I did want that student, and drawing the Temporal Breach, this gives me a lot of, this gives me quite the edge here. Another Inferno in the back, okay. A Nox is hopeful. And anything that slows them down is good for us here, because the more time we buy... Like, they should attack with this. But they don't, and that's great for us. It would have been better for them because I actually kind of want to go in anyways. I have Stupefy and Discipline and Back Off. I have a lot. And then I have a Watcher after. So I am gonna go here. With my student. I'm gonna make use of these spells that are gonna allow me to cycle through, and I can drop a Watcher after. Keep this crab in the back to protect against Cold a Week. They bring the Rek'Sai. Do they accelerate her is the question. It makes sense for them to make a play in case they find a Nox is hopeful. Now I know Vi's not happening, which was my biggest concern. But this student is a lot. This student is gonna go to 5 and then go to 7. Okay, so 3, 3. We got 10 might coming in here. We got 10 might coming in here. I'm gonna go ahead and start things off with a Stupefy onto her. This gets my student up to 3, and I draw a card. And then I'm gonna go for a Discipline. Which allows me to go to 6 as I draw another card. And then I'm gonna go for the back off here. Resolves. Okay, I draw. And now I pass focus. Cleaves, Blood Rush. Those things can definitely happen. Like, I'm not expecting to win this combat, but I can get a lot out of them. Especially now that there's no Vi. Okay, so I knock out this and this. Beautiful. I actually, wow. The student! The secretly 2 energy 5 might unit. I would like to defy that, but I can't. Oh, for fuck's sake, bro. I need Bellows. I need Bellows breath here. Oh, oh, oh! Yu-Gi-Oh! Let's go! Oh my fucking god. Okay. Ask and thou shalt receive. Oh my fucking god. Okay, so we're gonna go. Watcher. Trigger Nasus, untap 2. And fuck it, I'm making it rain. They all die! I'm gonna move back here. This resolves. I'm gonna conquer with this here because at this point I have another fodder for Call the Week. Cinema. Absolute cinema. I mean, we run 3 of them. No Astro Heron to be seen. Okay, there's a Sharkling. We go to 4 with our homie here. And what am I gonna do? How do I reach these kids? I'm gonna drop. I could just make use of this turn instead of dropping you. I mean, to be fair, I'm gonna be able to empower you later for a lot easier. So I am gonna drop this. No reason to give them the Scuttle Crab for free. No reason to risk anything. We're just staying in the back. This is a free. If they don't walk in, this is a free conquering machine. We have the not so fast for a falling star. And we got the defy for another void rush. Call the Week is useless. Ha ha ha! 2 Call the Weeks. What did I say? Keeping this asshole. Keeping this. I shouldn't call you an asshole. You're adorable. You're the best. Keeping this guy's the MVP. MVP on this, keeping this guy on the bench. Not trading him. Just keeping him on the bench at all times. Call the Week does nothing. Cinema. And then we draw another Temporal Breach. We got the Temporal Breach Watcher combo in case we need that. Like, we could just drop a Nasus next turn. Go in with some easy trades here. Like, go here and then go here with, like, maybe the student, to be honest, so that we bait them to attack into it. Oh. He ugly as hell, though. He's... Nah, he's adorable. He's absolutely adorable. Fucking Extasio. Where's my heron? I was gonna draw 3 watchers before I drew a heron. Yeah, this is not a heron game. Omega lol. Okay, so, but we can brick. That's a scary thing. Like, we can definitely, like, if we don't find any of our units, or I mean, that can happen, and that just felt really bad. And I'm afraid, because what if I queue into a Rek'Sai and they win the coin flip, and they go first, and I have to go second twice? But I mean, once we find the Watcher Bellows combo, we just nuke them. Brother, Nasus is good. I'm super happy that lots of early opinions were wrong. Super good champ and can be built in different ways. Yep. I underrated the fuck out of him. I really did. I just saw, I looked at him and I saw this is just the worst Annie. But I really like this color combination. Like, I like green and blue. Even though Aurora is a problem. And I'm still not convinced on the treasure hoard, right? Like, theoretically, it helps us. But how often are we going in there to conquer on our second turn, right? Like, a lot of times we don't want to... Like, we can send in the Scuttle Crab and we can generate a gold, but how good is that, right? Like, I don't know. The Power Nexus does enable some cool things, but... it's hard to find battlefields that are good for Nasus. How's Aurora even doing the set? I think it's gonna... regardless of how it's doing, I think it's gonna be really popular. Been talking to others and they say it's weak. It's matchup dependent. Unfortunately, yeah, if you run into purple, then I do think it's very weak. Because Starcrossed exists. And now they have the Prefect card, right? Like, I would not bring Aurora to Barcelona, but there's gonna be a lot of people that do. I have no doubt about that. And the problem is, because we don't run purple or yellow, we struggle with the dragon. So... we have a game plan with the sideboard with the Decree of Insight and the Smokescreen and the Triple Singularity to kill it. That's the best thing I could come up with. But I don't think Aurora is going to make top 8. I would be surprised. Sideboards are bigger. There are more efficient gear hates. And I think all the decent purple decks are going to shit on it. What are you bringing to Barcelona? I want to bring Nasus. Like, I'm thinking Nasus is a good choice. Like, I want to bring something that's off meta. And I can fight for the metal card. And Nasus is what I'm gravitating towards now, because Akali has worse matchups, I believe, across the board. Because I think Draven is also going to be really popular again. And Akali just, like, I don't know if you've tried the matchup, but it is horrendous. Akali is a very bad deck. Nasus is quite nice. So, I've seen you. I've lurked in the chat. I've seen you know, call Akali bad and stuff. Like, I have my opinions, but I'm curious. Like, could you elaborate a little bit? Like, what do you think? What do you think are, like, the bad matchups and stuff? Because I was thinking about bringing Akali, but then I just started realizing that Aurora was really difficult, Draven was really difficult, and that the deck was also very draw dependent. It's a very hard time translating all the resources she generates into actual impact in the board. You're always playing from behind. Yeah. Yeah, I also noticed that, like, when I wasn't scoring points, because the deck is very good at conquering, but it's not good at defending. Like, it can get out of there, but if your opponent out-tempos you, like, if you face Rek'Sai with Akali, like, what do you do? Or Victor. I mean, I managed to beat some Victors and stuff, but I'm facing random people online, so it's not the same. Watcher plus Deadly Flourish can also handle the Deadly Flourish? That's 7. People are sleeping on Resonating Strike and the new challenge spells. I think they're very strong. Resonating Strike is definitely interesting, but I also feel like it's quite awkward to play, and it can contribute to you bricking. Do you think you need to invest more cards to patch up the early game for Nasus? I just don't think I can do more of that than I've already done, you know? Because I need some actual payoffs for when the game, like, I need to be able to dominate when the game reaches a certain point. And if I put more stuff in the early game, like, that's why I brought the Ravenbloom Student, because I'm in a region combination that allows me to play Stupefy and Discipline. And you guys saw the student just puts in the work, right? Helps me in that early game. And that's also why I'm playing the Frostcoat Mother. This is a 3/3 that, you know, can eat up 2-drops. And I can empower her later. And she's been pretty solid. I have the Bellows Breath, you know, like decks that try to be very aggressive, like with triple Watcher, triple Bellows Breath, I can wipe out, spread out boards very efficiently. Akali's bad from behind because she doesn't have good tools to threaten holds like Irelia can. That's also that, like, people don't realize that Irelia is just as good at attacking as she is defending. That's true. So you can't really stop me from conquering over and over, and once I get the lead, I just win. I do prefer the Akali versions that are more controllers with Heron and are Ferris. I've seen those, yeah. I mean, I've seen a little bit of that. The problem that I have with Heron and Akali is that you're consuming power. But I've seen people start to talk about just like not playing Jhin. And just using Akali for the Stellacorn and for your green Akali, and be more control-y with Astro Heron. That could be an approach. I love playing Jhin. I also did, but like, he felt like the core of the deck a lot of times, until I realized that he also kind of butts heads with Stellacorn, because you can only use your Akali on one unit. So when you have a Jhin and you have a Stellacorn, like, are you generating the energy, or are you like, and so your deck kind of starts butting heads with itself. Jhin is too slow and takes resources from the card draw engine, yeah. What version of Kennen do you think is best suited for the current meta? I haven't played Kennen, so I'm not sure which one is the best. My hot take on Kennen is that it's a good deck, but it's nowhere near as good as people say it is. That's how I feel about Kennen. I think Kennen is probably the most overhyped champion. Or legend. What the best version is? Some variation of Miracle. I think Nocturne is very high rolly, and I think, I mean, Nocturne allows you to have some obscene openers, but also bricks the hell out of you. So I'm not sure playing it. I mean, if Nocturne doesn't go in a Kennen deck, I don't know where it goes. Hey Mogwai, glad to see you playing a game. I play again. Remember the Dragon God MTG days? Oh, yeah. Any thoughts on changes to his deck? Going to build it for a Nexus Knight tonight. So, right now, I'm happy with the deck itself. I'm still figuring out the battlefields. Treasure Hoard theoretically felt nice because the idea is when I go first, I never spend 4 energy on my second turn. So I go in, I conquer, I pay 1 and generate a gold, and I can still drop a Frostcoat Mother. I can still have mana open for a back off, or I can still go for a Find Your Center. That's the theory. In practice, a lot of times I just don't want to conquer. I don't want to go in and sacrifice my 2-drop on my second turn. Like, most often, that's not correct. Unless I go in with a Scuttle Crab, but a lot of times I also want to keep the Scuttle Crab in the back if I'm facing yellow against, like... So I think... I feel like Treasure Hoard is not really doing it. It's hard to find battlefields for Nasus. Just add 3 Darius and Akali with... I don't know if you had 3 Darius, but you can add 2. Like, Darius is definitely, like, a decent card to play in Akali, I think. And Ferris Forerunner is one of the reasons to be playing red, right? Like, I was against... Like, my Akali was more aggressive, and because I was burning more power more early... but I think Akali may take a different approach where you play a little bit slower. I like the idea of putting Rockfall Path in as a game 2 or 3 battlefield and signing it for Pro Beaches. The problem with Rockfall Path in Nasus, I do not like it because if you're playing Astro Heron, you want to be able to play this guy into the battlefield. Also, Nasus wants to establish holds in the mid to late game. And with Rockfall Path, you can't do that. You can't drop your big units on a battlefield. And Rockfall Path with Temporal Breach makes, like, a good player can navigate around that. Like, if a player sees you're playing blue and you're playing Rockfall Path and you're hiding a card there, like, a good player is going to be like, that could be Temporal Breach. In fact, that's likely to be Temporal Breach. So they can do things. They can decide, okay, I'm not going to interact with this board. I'm going to interact with the other one. And when I have enough tools to, like, you know, bounce your shit or to start depleting that, like, you can't Temporal Breach your own unit to bypass removal, which is one of the strongest aspects of the card. Like, if they try to Starcross you, you can Temporal Breach and replay the card, and Starcross no longer has a target. But you can't do that with Rockfall Path. I like Temporal Breach in Kaisa, because in Kaisa, like, things are different. You're more focused, like, you don't care so much, you don't play such big units, barring the first Forerunner, you spread out more. So you can afford to do that, to just have Temporal Breach there to protect you. But in Nasus, where you're playing less units, and you want to be establishing holds, it's a bad battlefield. How about Forgotten Monument to, yeah, I just don't know what to think about this battlefield. To be completely honest with you. Like, what is this thing ever doing? It's literally only good against, like, aggro decks that can play, like, a Sprite Fountain? What else? Like, somebody who tries to go in and ride the wind for 2 points? I don't understand this battlefield. Forgotten Monuments is versus decks that can deploy 2 units on turn 1 like Victor. So you play this going first? Maybe this card is kind of... Maybe this is important then, because I can't think of another battlefield that is just, like, better. Like, all of them have problems. Rockfall Path, what I've said. Because we are not good at conquering and or holding in the early game. We are a deck that conquers and holds in the mid to late game and wants to do both. So any sort of battlefield that benefits you, like I thought about Paper Tree, but then I just kind of like went by the numbers and I also wasn't convinced. Also, if you go first and play Student, you can go to the other battlefield and the opponent has to fight Student or go to Forgotten, which wouldn't score them points. It's very good. Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point, because I can bring in the Student and I can have like Stupefy and Discipline and Back Off. Yeah, no, Extasio, like yeah, that's a good point. That's why I like Power Nexus, because our opponents don't benefit from this battlefield in the early to mid game, but we can use this battlefield to close out the game because we're very good at conquering and defending in the mid to late game, because we have Watcher and our units are just really fucking big, and we have Astro Heron, which allows us to just play a lot of spells. You know, we got stuns, we got counter spells, we have Temporal Breach. So if we sequence in a way, like I like this for going second, because you know our opponent doesn't benefit from getting it early, and we can use it to close out the game. And Valmal's Lair has just been the best game one battlefield just because it disrupts a lot of decks. And we don't really mind it. If you play Noxus, why not Altar of Blood? Because this battlefield, because we don't want to burn 3 runes in the middle of a match. You know, with Nasus, you need to be at 7 or higher to be able to actually play your stuff. And in a pinch, your opponent can use it against you. You know, if it's like a cannon deck with seals and stuff like that, they can use it. And we really want to be able to kill our opponent's units when we attack them. What about Otterpuss if you want to play slower and plan on outvaluing anyways? I thought about that. It's a consideration. It's just that I like the Raven Student more. And the crab is actually really important. How important, I'm not sure, to be honest. Because maybe instead of the crab, we play the Poro. But the crab, like the draw from the crab is really clutch, and the hand information is so important.
Play Aspirant Climb Mogwai tap.
Extasio with the sub! He's back. Crab is good, yeah, but we're not playing Recalls is a problem. So, like... The crab hasn't felt amazing, to be honest with you. Because it doesn't help me in the early game. Like, I can't just trade into 2-drops with it. And given how I play a full set of Stupefy and Discipline... But I really like the hand information. I still really like it though. It just still feels like a crazy unit. Play Emperor's Days if you care about trading. What else am I doing with Emperor? Like, the problem is I feel like Emperor's Days can benefit some other decks too. Like, if I face purple, they can bounce their Fizz. What's the thought process behind having 1 copy of White Flame in the main deck? Because this card is amazing. This card is very underrated in Nasus. It is incredible against Master Yi. It's very good against Irelia as well. And it combos with Temporal Breach, which allows me to use it defensively, like Watcher. And in situations where bouncing the Watcher is not as impactful, like I can bounce the White-Fling Protector, and I can give something +8 might. It's very strong. Like every time I play this card, it's put in the work. It allows me to do exactly what I want to be doing as Nasus in the late game, which is to develop an 8 might unit on a battlefield to hold while allowing me to overtake the other. I can turn my fucking crab into an 8 might crab and dive in while developing defense. And it's costing me 6 energy. And if I have Astro Heron, I can bypass the power cost as well. Singularity without Heron effect seems extremely bad. Not really. Because we build up runes. Like, we are able to, you know, we have ramp. We can play Singularity without the Heron. Without the Heron. It can be expensive sometimes, yeah, but it's worth the price. Like, it's a very strong card. And what I really like about the Singularity is that it, for example, like a matchup like Mel, like this card is cracked against Mel because they can't do anything about it. Like, they literally cannot do anything about it, and I can destroy the empowered 4-drop and something else, like a Hui. I thought about Zanya's, I'm just not sure what to take out for it because the Feral Strength has been quite relevant. Which deck do you think will be tier 1 in this meta? I think Irelia will be really strong. I think Master Yi is still really good. Unfortunately, I think Lux is also kind of insane, and hopefully, but I don't think it's going to be overrepresented because there's no best stuff for it, and because it's a really complicated deck that you got to memorize everything, and it's not very fun to play for most people, so I actually think Lux will not be as represented. I think Kaisa will surprise a lot of people. It could be. I always feel like Kaisa is just like... I always feel Kaisa has always been tier 2 at best. It can be a solid deck, but I don't see it being... It can surprise people, but I don't see it being tier 1. Lux should be quite represented because it's close to tier 0 and top 64 invite is so juicy. People are gonna have bigger sideboards though, and there are ways to counter it. I'm not convinced if Draven will be tier 1, but it will be good. I don't know if it'll be great, but it'll be good. I do think Irelia will be tier 1. And I think Alan is gonna do really well with Mel. Like I feel like he's definitely gonna perform well with Mel. Because the deck, there's just so many aspects about Mel that are just downright terrifying. Hi Mogwai, is this game easy to learn? Yes, yes it is. So I have thought about adding the Otterpuss 2-drop. Yeah, I think the Forgotten Monument is actually good going first. We can try this. And play some more games. Like, so far, we've done really well, but we haven't played that much. Oh, give me a moment. Where's my water? Actually, I gotta refill my water. And I'll be right back. Just pulled a signed Nasus yesterday. Well, must be nice. Must be nice. JRG, who are you kidding? Like, you don't think I know who you are? What are you doing? I'll be right back. Hey, Ignacio, are you still here? Talk to me, boy. Why play the Rake for gear instead of Blue Spell that gives temporary? Is the body really useful in the deck? The reason why I play the Rake is because it can't be sabotaged. I'd rather have units because Aurora decks often play triple sabotage. And the Rake and Yahomi Barbara cannot be sabotaged. You're becoming my go-to ripbound content creator to watch. Love the thought process and the theory crafting you do in between match. Keep it up. Thank you. Thank you. That means a lot to me, buddy. I don't know if people are enjoying the streams or not, because I do yap a lot, but I like to talk about card games. Okay, so this is Jace. Okay, this could be Aurora. But they're playing the 4-drop Jace, so I'm not sure. No, this is probably not Aurora. We're gonna go first. We have the Rainbloom Student, we have the Watcher Bellows Breath combo, and we have the Back Off. If it ain't broken, don't fix it. I think we keep. Double Back Off is a bit sus, but... I'm gonna make use of it. I'm actually gonna take this battlefield early. Is that a challenge? You can't leave there. You're trapped, boy! You are trapped. Patch 4 robot. Plundering Poro. Premonition is not a great draw. I don't want them to just get a free conquer here, so... I'm just gonna pass. I'm gonna hold with this. That Lucian I can deal with. That Lucian is already trapped there, okay. Oh, wow. Okay, okay. Combo. Combo. Is that a... Okay, a Hexic formula. All right. There could be a punch first here. But I'm going to go for the discipline first. A Stupefy would be a godly top deck. Stupefy is exactly... Stupefy guarantees that I can survive here. Stupefy! Shit, okay. So, what I have to do now is I have to, I have to play back off on one of them. And draw a card and pray for no Stupefy. No, punch first. Yeah, I needed the Stupefy. Okay, it's not the end of the world, though. It's not the end of the world, because they can't move this back. Okay, so they're going to empower the Patch Borbot. We're going to wipe them. We're going to wipe them. It's going to be glorious. We're going to play our Watcher. Pay 1 to accelerate him. Trigger Nasus to do these 2. We're going to go in here. That's the beauty of the Valmaul lair. You see the Valmaul lair there? Absolute cinema. And then I can pay 1. Crazy, crazy shit. I'm not gonna hide my back off because I want to be able to play the Astro Heron next turn. I don't want to deramp. I think with 2 cards in hand, I don't see them being able to overtake this. That was clean. I was gonna draw into another crab. And crab draws into Discipline. Other crab draws into Heron. Okay, yeah, we were cooking. I mean, we're gonna Heron into Premonition. Heron into Premonition. Right? Tapping this, and then we draw these 3 cards, and we're good to go. We don't rush on the other side. We have another Watcher. We just build up our runes. Probably playing this, maybe. Yeah. Enjoying the streams for sure. Was wondering if you could share where you got the Runeterra soundtracks. Yes, it's a playlist. Just go on YouTube. Go on YouTube and search for this. I'll post it on YouTube as well. Legends of Runeterra Extended Board OST. And you have all the extended soundtracks there. What do you think is the strongest color domain combo? That's a good question. I don't think there's a strictly stronger one, but there's a very good argument for purple something. I think purple green, purple red are particularly strong. But purple blue is very strong as well. But I also think green orange is a lot stronger than people gave it credit for. It also depends on the legend, right? There's not one color combination that is strictly the best, I think. But blue purple, yeah, people are realizing Mel is just scary as fuck. I am very afraid of Mel, personally. I just think that signature spell is absurd. Which is why I'm playing Singularity. Because you can't rebuke this. What's the deck code? Me. Mel signature not having a power cost restriction is insane. I think it's intended, yeah. I can't paste it on the YouTube chat. It's too long. Why is the deck code so long? Every deck has gear. What do you have for gear? Actually every deck doesn't have gear. There's a lot of decks that don't run it. So I don't play I used to play Barbara in the main deck, but I really like the double Frostcode Mother. And if I see gear, then I bring in my gear hate. A lot of decks do play gears, but in a lot of matchups, having gear removal is not the end-all be-all of that matchup. Unless we're talking about Aurora, of course. Do you still think Premonition is good? I like it as a one-off. I don't like more of it. Even as a one-off, it can be a bit sus, but at least I won't draw multiple copies of it. But when I have the Heron, it's an incredible play. It just gives me so much card draw. Hey Mog, have you seen the announcement gameplay for the Guild Wars card game? If not, I can link it. I have not seen it. Lilia. Lilia, okay. Let's go with the Valmal's Lair first. They have a grove with Lilia? A grove, the God Willow with Lilia. Okay. I don't know how good Watcher is going to be this early on. I do kind of want to have some kind of unit. But if I find, like, dropping this discipline will feel bad. But not finding a unit will be worse, so I'm going to drop it. I'm going to drop these two, try to find a 2-drop here. I do not find a 2-drop, and because I don't find a 2-drop, at least I have access to... Okay, well that works out for us. We can try to ramp here. Because this allows us to play Astro Heron. So I guess they didn't find their early unit as well, so it kind of balanced out.
Arigato gozaimasu!
I'm still gonna play this.
Nice to see you've landed on Riftbound. It's my current card game obsession, and you're legit one of my favorite deck constructors in any card game you come
Dude,
to.
that means the world to me, Sorry. Thank you. Thank you for the kind words. Thank you for the Prime. That really helps me pay my bills. Because Ripbound does not bring much money as of now, but it does bring a lot of passion. And comments like yours make it worth it, so thank you. Thank you. Okay, so they're gonna bring that in to defend there. Interesting. They're gonna hide a card there. What could that card be? Probably the one that flips them, right? I'm gonna go in. I'm not afraid of this. Yep. I can try to defy this. Okay, so this triggers. Okay. So I get to play this for 4 and then drop that, and I think that's the way to that's the play to make. So I pay 4 and I singularity here and here. Astro Heron coming into play here. And then what do? I think I just develop a Frostcoat Mother. See, Singularity with Aaron is amazing. A Sprite Burst, okay. They're going to 5. Ladies and gentlemen, they're going to 5. Okay, so we can play another Astro Heron and then enable some crazy shit here. But we gotta watch out for Watcher. The 1,000-tailed Watcher is a problem for us. But how much of a problem is it? As long as we keep something in the back to retaliate the next turn, I think we're okay. So we're going to deploy the Astro Heron here. Trigger Nasus. Untap 2 runes. And then we're going to empower our Frostcoat Mother for 2. And we're going to conquer here. And then I'm just going to develop a student here in the bench. Or maybe here. No, I need to have the ability to come in after, yeah. Let's just go with this. Maybe it was better to play like a Nasus instead, because a Nasus prevents their... Because otherwise their Watcher comes in and trades with the 2 Herons. But as it is now, a Watcher basically clears my battlefields. Which is not great. Just one card doing that. So a charm plus Watcher does it. But I can at least prevent them from scoring the other point. Oh shit. No, that's fine. That's completely fine. That defy would have been nice one turn earlier. I kind of really want to draw here, but I also don't want to... Like, okay, so if a Watcher... Like, Watcher is the scariest thing, right? The scariest thing is them having the card that just wipes out my field, so I don't want to overcommit to that. But Watcher coming down... This means this goes to 3, this goes to 1, this goes to 7. If I go for a Bellows Breath, I can clear this. And only the Watcher conquers, and I can take out the Watcher after. So I'm going to play Nasus. Trigger Nasus. We have 6 energy. Actually, wait, no. We play this first. Yeah, we ought to pay this first. Where am I playing this? If I play that there, that's 5 with that and double this. I can clear on both ends, but here it prevents them from just coming in and conquering easily. And now I get to play Nasus for just 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I get to play Nasus, untap 2. I'm gonna go here with this. Two students with a Defy and a Bellows Breath. I don't want to leave everything exposed, but I don't want to give them a free, like an easy conquer here. It's important. We're trying to hold, but we're also trying to... Okay. Okay, they're coming. Oh Lord, they're coming. Yeah, that works. Ladies and gentlemen, the moment you've been waiting for. The moment you've been waiting for. Nasus empowered! And double defy. No, wait. I'm gonna defy that. I'm gonna use these defies. Let's go, Nasus win. Like, I got the Nasus music and it's messing up with my brain. No, wait, I won. Okay, so I still am not sure what this... I mean, it just seems like Lilia, but for some reason they have the Grove as game 1. Gear removal seems important to a certain degree. Smoke screen seems important. Bellows Breath was kind of iffy because we don't clear as much. I think I want to run these two. Because Smoke Screen is going to help us in some situations. The White Flame Protector doesn't seem as important. But now that we're going second, having the big units is gonna be important. So I think I'm just gonna go ahead and drop a couple of Find Your Centers. And I find one anyways, which is really funny. Temporal Breach can do a lot. Smokescreen can do a lot, but Find Your Center at least gives me a play early. Temporal Breach seems like a great card, though. I'm actually going to keep it. I'm going to drop the Smokescreen. Yikes. I'm happy I kept the Find Your Center, because at least it gives me something to do. Not great, though. Okay, we find the unit, which is really nice. They should have conquered the Power Nexus. Because that, okay, they're going to draw a card, and that's neat and all, but I'm going to get to play my Heron, so I can play... Can't really do much with the Astro Heron this turn, though, is the problem. I need to think here, because what if I just accelerate the Watcher and go in there? Because my Heron doesn't really enable any plays as of now, right? Because it cost me 5. I have 3 runes open, but I don't have enough for any plays to follow it up with. And leaving it exposed is probably a bad idea. Maybe I can just drop the Heron on its own. Play things a little bit slower. Because dropping the Watcher now seems like a bad idea. But they're going to be able to generate a lot of points, and I'm going to drop the Heron. I'm going to tap this, and I'm going to pass. I want to hold on to this Heron. One point. No, minus one. Ah, true. True. My bad. Yeah, they have 1 point. My bad. I derped. Like they held with the student. They're gonna tap Lilia, yep. Go in for the 4 points. I don't know if like letting them score like this was correct, but maybe I should have just dropped the Watcher. But I get to build up my runes now, and I get to do a lot of cool things. Why did they pay 2? Am I missing something? They paid 2? Am I tripping here? I mean, I guess it didn't matter. Yeah, and it was at 4 because it goes 3 to 4, so they got ahead of themselves. I don't know what happened there. Watcher's a thing. I think what I can do is I can play you. Resolves, and then I get to play... Accelerated Watcher for 6. Untap 2. Come in here. Then I get to hide a card here. Bring this here. What if they have like the ability to wipe me? No, I think I just keep you in the back. This doesn't stop a Watcher from coming down and attacking me here. It's like I'm still gonna lose that battle, so I have to put this guy here. Because the problem is they can wipe me with the 7 damage, deal 12 to everything. But I have to try to hold them. That's the card that I'm worried about here. I mean, I feel like if they had that card, they would have just played it immediately. I think I want to try to defy that. Okay. So this moves back. I'm going to play Temporal Breach on this. They're going to defy it. Okay. Double defy. So I am going to come in here. We want to deny them the draw. We want to get the point. Watcher and come down. We got to anticipate Watcher. Like, what do we do with Watcher, right? I think we just bellows here. But do I want to play another one of these? I think I want to play a Nasus. I think another Astro Heron here is kind of redundant right now. So I think I play Nasus. In the bench. And then I trigger Nasus here. And I clear that. And then I think I play another one of these. I draw into a Stupefy. So watch is gonna come down, and if it's gonna attack me on either side. Like I can't defend both sides against a Watcher unless I deploy this and this, but then I die to like the spell that deals 12 to everything. And I don't feel like I'm ready for that. I have these crabs in the back that are gonna allow me to get information on their hands, so I can potentially set up a Nasus lethal here. Cannot empower him and trigger the power nexus simultaneously. So what I may do is I may try to, like, ideally they conquer on the Watcher side, but they may go here. But the idea is if I conquer with that, I still threaten them with like holding on either side. But I probably don't need to empower Nasus here, because I just need to conquer there and then set up a hold here to threaten with the power nexus instead. I think, yeah, because the power nexus, okay, there's the sprite burst, all right. Lilia. That's 3 sprites. Okay, so we're gonna tap 1 and we're gonna stupefy. Okay, so it resolves, which means this triggers, which means I get to play this top deck discipline for free. And that's the 3rd defy. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go here. take a look at their hand and see if there's any way to stop what's coming. Okay, that is nowhere near as bad as I thought it would be. So, given the circumstances, ladies and gentlemen, is it appropriate to... Yeah, I think it is. Because it means I just have to hold on either side. We empower Nasus. And we get another point. And then given what they have here, if they deal damage to you, 3, that doesn't really make a difference, so we just gotta do this. Maybe empowering was incorrect. GG's. Kind of ran low on gas there, but that was the game plan. Maybe empowering, but the thing is, like, if I rely on the power nexus, I have to develop double, like, playing double Heron here is probably the way. Okay, so they had 2 of them. They had 2 unchecked power, see? They had 2 unchecked power, and that would have been a problem. So keeping a unit in the back was always... Sure. Veteranor, thank you for the sub. Thank you so much. Kind of ran a little bit out of juice there, but we would have been vulnerable to the unchecked power, though. Me too. Cheers. Really nice deck. Big fan of Nasus here. Thank you, man. I'm working on it. Like, I'm trying to figure things out. If Nasus had Spellsonger, you wouldn't have to worry about holding for the 8th point. Yeah, that's a good point for Spellsonger there, yeah. Mom, what do you think about the gear 0 drive with Legend Echo? It's interesting, but I'm not sure. I feel like it's going to be a bit convoluted. And it's a strategy that if they have gear removal, just kind of falls flat. Unless, like, does it trigger when it pops? No. So if they destroy, you're fucked. The problem with, like, gears like this that you build up, the problem with any gear that you put so much value into, because the thing about Aurora is actually getting you value immediately, right? Like, Aurora is pulling you a unit at the end of the turn. So even if they destroy it, you still got a unit out of it. And likely an Elder Dragon, which you got to play for 3 runes less and 2 power less. But if you're playing a gear that requires survival on the board, and that you invest a lot into, is the problem, right? Like the Riches gear as well, then gear removal becomes absolutely backbreaking. Empowering was correct because of Shark Sprite on Shark plus Sprite on Power Nexus. Yeah, I could have also developed the Heron instead. In the Nexus. But I feel like just going to 7 there, because if they top deck unchecked power, then at least I can go in with my Scuttle Crab and I can draw a card. I would love to see you try to build a deck around 0 drive. I've gotten kind of close with Ornn, but nothing feels totally set. It's just very like it falls into this all-in strategy. A Nasus mirror match, okay. So I guess we lead off with the Valmal's Lair. This is a funny situation because we can't, neither of us can score. Okay, we have a Defy. I like the Defies against Nasus. So I'm going to mulligan away the Bellows Breath and I'm going to keep the Defy. And I'm going to drop the little crab and draw a card. I would like to find the ramp, right? But I feel like Defy against Nasus is really important to defy their Defy, essentially, so my stuns can work. And we do find it. We do actually find it. Let's try to play it, see what happens. It resolves, so we managed to ramp. And this is where I kind of feel like I want to keep... Okay, so what's my play going to look like? I'm going to play a 7-drop into a free 2-drop and have backup. Is that even good? I feel like I'd rather just try to score, to be honest. Okay, the plays. This gives me an extra turn. And getting 2 points with the Scuttle Crab matters a lot. And they play the Clockwork Keeper, which is interesting. Here they could accelerate Nasus, and if they accelerate Nasus, we can replay our unit, and then we can play a stun. I feel like this play is worth. And I have the threat of a steel pause there. I can drop the steel pause later, though. For now, I can just play a student for free. It's just more valuable overall. And I can hide a temporal breach here. Maybe this line is not correct. Maybe dropping the steel paws represents a lot more. Let's see what's coming. Watcher, Defy. And Recall, okay. So I can defy their own defy, and I can... But then I lose this. So this didn't quite work out. Because they have a Stupefy as well. No, this is really bad. This is really bad because they have a Stupefy too. Ah, shit. No, this was not the play. Like, leaving that exposed there was not the play. Oh, man, this is really bad. I should have hid the back off. I should have hid the back off, because now I have no means. No, I mean, they're gonna defy this, so... Oh, but I can't defy the defy. Shit. This is a really bad play. Because now they're going to stupefy me, and I no longer have the window to play this. Nah, this cost me so hard. This cost me so fucking hard. And not dropping this steel paws instead of that, so I could at least trade with that. Bro. Bro. I goofed so hard, man. Nah. Nah, man. Nah, this is bad. That play lost me the game right there. I should have hidden the back off. And I should have hidden this temporal breach. So I could at least, but that would have cost me 2 power. That would have set me back a lot. Nah, this game is a wrap. Is an absolute wrap. Like we butchered it by just playing the Heron there to be exposed when we didn't really have any plays with it. I paid it. Paid. Okay, I mean, I guess the White Flame comes to the rescue here.
Arigato gozaimasu!
You could have defied the temporal instead of trying to defy the defy, thus making defy your first spell play,
Oh,
and
you're
being
right.
able to play back off with Heron's reduction.
Okay, you're right, you're right. I could have defied my own defy and then gone for the, oh my goodness. Oh yeah, you're right, you're right, you're right, you're right. You're right, Thagor. That's a play, that's a line that I have to be. That is, bro, hand. Show hand. My goodness. They have a defy for my thing, so I still think I want to conquer here. Just for the points. I could have defied my own defied and then gone for the back off. Absolutely. So there's a Drake, there's a defy, there's a premonition. We have a temporal breach, but we know they have a defy, so until I find my own defy, I can't really... Can't do much here. The premonition is dangerous because they can draw a bazillion cards. The Singularity is quite dead here. Going in here without any backup feels like a bad idea. So I gotta try to play this, see if it goes through. There's the Watcher. Nope. I mean, the thing about the premonition play is that, like, if you're Nasus, you can't really afford to do that, because then all of a sudden you can't accelerate a Watcher after playing that charm. So even though, like, but yeah, I should have defied my own defy. But I don't know if that would have been better, because the Watcher would have been recalled, and I like the ability of being able to kill it after. The White Flame Protector just completely saved my ass. The play was always to hide. If I wasn't gonna do that play of, like, developing the Astro Heron there, which I don't think there was even a point to doing it, to be honest. But the play there was to develop the Astro Heron in the base, I think, originally. But if I'm gonna take that line, I need to hide the back off, because if they have, in this matchup, they have Defy, and if they do that, I'm gonna have to defy my own Defy to play that. I mean, I get to draw a card, which is nice. But then he would have defied your... But I had Defy for the Defy. That's the thing. I had Defy for Defy. But playing Defy from my hand takes away the Astro Heron's ability. So I couldn't play back off from my hand because I didn't have energy. That was the conundrum, right? Because if I reveal the Temporal Breach and then I play Defy, I basically have to defy my own Temporal Breach so that I can play the which I honestly, like, that's the kind of play that I need to see more clearly. Vile Maul's Lair, I mean, this battlefield, like, I'm completely set on. It just does a lot. But I think my play there was a little sus, to be honest. Draven, this is a really important matchup I want to study. We go first. I mean, Temporal Breach here is kind of cracked. Defy is not that great against Draven. I mean, they can main deck Starcross, but I think they run Rebuke instead most often. I think Temporal Breach is really strong against them, but I also kind of want to find... No, I'm going to keep it. It's just such a power play that's difficult for them to handle, and we find the crab anyways, which is beautiful. They miss a... What? What just happened there? What in the actual fuck just happened there? If they accelerate Kaisa... I think they have Kaisa, and they're going to accelerate her. That allows them to kill my Scuttle Crab and draw a card. And I'm in no rush. I can play slower against Draven. I don't want to play into a Kaisa just coming in and... Yeah, see, they had Kaisa. I knew it. I'm just gonna keep on developing. This is where things get interesting. I can go in with this and I can bring in the Astro Heron. I go there, I go to 5, I can play a Premonition for free, and then I can set up a Breach. Bring the crab back. Tap Nasus to untap 2. Pay 1 blue and pray Premonition. 1, 2, 3. And then I think I bring in my... I think I bring in my Frostgoat Mother here. I have to hide a card here. And keep my options open, right? Wait, no. It's okay. So I'm gonna go with a Stupefy here. And draw a card. And then I think I'm going to go for the full-on Pharaoh Strength. The problem with the Pharaoh Strength, the full-on, no, I think I'm just going to go with the regular Pharaoh Strength here. Actually, I'm gonna tap both. Repeated. No, never mind. I'm just gonna tap this. I'm just gonna get you up to 9, yeah. So I replay this. And now... Wait. I don't know. And... Okay, so... Okay, so we prevented the draw from Draven with that line of play, which is really nice. Max. We need to keep your mechs from runner. Okay. If I go here with this and I drop a Heron here, the problem is now the Stupefy on the Kaisa doesn't quite do it for us. Like the Singularity, because we've already spent 2 Stupefies. And I kind of want to keep them low on cards, but I also need to incentivize them to come in. Like, I can't have them hold here. So... I think I'm going to empower this and trigger Nasus. You trigger him? No, okay, so we just conquer. And then I'm gonna drop the mother here. I'm gonna call that a turn. I'm not gonna play to bring this back. I think I'm just gonna, because right now it trades evenly with Kaisa. That could change, but they have less cards in hand, so I'm trying to... They could have a falling star, but they're gonna keep depleting the resources. I don't want this Kaisa to live, basically. I don't want this Kaisa to win combats on her own. So right now my cat aligns with that. They go for a falling star. Okay. So that's good news though, because that means that they can't kill this. Like, Kaisa has to trade with it. And that's what I want. I want to limit their draws. Yeah, draw it. Do you want to spend another power to equip that? Yeah, okay. I think now's the time to drop a Singularity. It's not ideal because we'd like to play with this, but it's okay. Because clearing these two bodies and double developing you seems really nice. I get rid of the axe as well, which is important. That mech is trapped there. Holy shit, okay. Bro, they're bringing out the guns. They're bringing out the guns and then some. What if I just play a Watcher? Stop them, like get some points going on. Capitalize on their low. There's no way this Watcher is exposed this turn, so I don't have to hide anything. They're just gonna play Draven. Draven has how much might? 7. Okay. I could just drop Nasus here. Nasus is beefier. But this allows me to generate more energy. Yeah, I'm gonna drop this. This discipline right now really matters. They go to 5, they have that, and they play a Ferris Forerunner, and they bring that back, which is to be expected. I bring this in and I conquer here. Go to 6 as they make 2 mechs. Oh boy. Oh boy, this. I think we definitely just play the Nasus here. Or maybe in the bench, to be honest. 5, 1, 1. I mean, it's going to trade with that. I mean, the Nasus really threatens them. I think I'm gonna play him in the bench and trigger this. Because then I threaten to win with Nasus on whatever battlefield they clear. So even if they get their way... Nasus is really scary. We know they have a Darius. I should have kept track of the other card in hand, because there's another card that wasn't there. I'm going to play 2. And I'm going to play Discipline here. And I trigger my ability here. And then what I'm gonna do is I'm going to play this first. What a combo! Okay, so Tomb Raider Barbara can be quite good here. Not so fast. Like, I don't feel like we ever played Triple Defy. I think Singularity is also quite strong, even though... No, I repeated it. So I pinged 1-1 and 1 on the Draven. I like the Bellows in this matchup a lot. I like the Tomb Raider Barbara. I like the White Flame Protector. I like a lot of things, to be honest. I think now that I'm going second, I can just drop to find your centers, and I have stuff to put in. Like, not so fast. Because they play Rebuke and they play Falling Star. So not so fast feels quite crucial. Another Singularity would be nice, but I think I'm going to go with 2 for the time being. The crabs aren't great either, to be honest. The smokescreen could be... The smokescreen should be a lot better. I think I'm gonna drop 1 crab for a smokescreen. Let's go with this. Okay, so we have the Watcher Temporal Breach combo, but we also have the Watcher Bellows Breath combo. We need to stay alive though, because they're gonna apply pressure to us. So we need to drop the Singularity. We want to keep the Watcher. The Bellows Breath does a lot. The Temporal Breach is for later. I mean, it's really strong though. It's fucking crazy strong. But I'm gonna keep the Bellows. Because I can always just clear. Vex. This is kind of awkward here. I got no plays. Do I go for a Discipline? Just to cycle through my deck? No, but that leaves me open to Falling Star. Like I'm just gonna let them. Yeah, they're just going crazy. They're just going absolutely crazy on me. I'm gonna go ahead and just empower the cat this turn. Because I could theoretically just like repeat into Bellows, but with these Vexes, like it's just gonna blow me back. Like I'm just gonna blow out all my runes. So I'm just gonna empower this, trigger this, and I'm just gonna play this to draw a card. And it's another fucking crab, okay? I mean, I'm getting run down here, to be honest. That's the best way. I play Watcher. I clear there. Because there's no other way to do this. The problem is they keep the mechs, which is an issue. They can drop an axe, is the problem. I think I gotta pay 2, I gotta pay 1, and then I gotta tap 2 power. Because otherwise it's too much power to clear that Vex. So I'm gonna tap 1 and 2 power to clear these 2. Because I'm playing around an axe, basically. That's okay. The crabs are so bad against Draven, though. Oh my god, they're so bad. Just give them so much draw. Like, I could try to go for a conquer there. But nah, man. Like, I'm not gonna feed them. I'm not gonna feed them all that shit. This is looking really bad. Because they scored so many points on us. I haven't seen the Tentacles card from them yet. Sometimes we brick though. Like sometimes we just brick. We just don't draw enough. They have a lot of runes though, is the problem. Interesting. So they had no way to trade into that. That's really good for us. It slows them down, but don't get me wrong. We are still in big trouble here. We need to establish some ways like that's just a lot of might. Like, we need another Watcher, another Bellows. Or a Singularity. We need to find something. We need to find something here. So, I think I have to stupefy. I mean, maybe I just gotta keep. I mean, I'm gonna have to go here anyways. Eat up that mech. Do we try to hunt for the Singularity? I mean, it clears a good chunk of their board. It'll slow them down dramatically, and it gives us a chance to step back here into this game. Here, I'm gonna go for a Stupefy. Okay, that back off changes things. Can I realistically double hold here? With a back off, I can stop this, but they still have 11 might worth of attackers plus other shit. I still gotta try to hunt for that, I think. I'm gonna play another Stupefy. No. That Draven got a little crazy. Okay, so we're gonna play Discipline. Into that resolve, we're gonna play another Discipline. And we're gonna prove that if I had the thing, I would have been able to weaken their entire lineup. So Bryn here is obviously a problem. I mean, that's why we need... I can't mulligan away the Temporal Breach. It's so strong. I mean, the Bellows was good too. The problem is with my hand just had too many of those pieces and nothing else. So I don't know what was correct there, but if I had that Temporal Breach here, I could have just shut them down. I could have shut them down. I could have just denied. Like, I could have just kept this here. I could have gone for the Temporal Breach. And then everything is just weakened. Everything is just weakened. The Vex does some serious job. Like, I think there's no way out of this one. Because the Vex just completely halts us. Okay, I can at least kill the Vex. Not the other one, not the other one, not the other one. Okay. Okay. I'm surprised they threw away their Vex. I get to draw 2, man. That's too much. That's too much. That's too much for us. The only way we do this with a Watcher Temporal Breach, like that doesn't even cover it. Like it needs to be like another back off or something. There's a Darius coming in too. But if I play this, no, I can attack here, play this, and play you here. And then if I find the Temporal Breach, that's a lot more might we're talking about. So I'm gonna come in here. Not quite it. If we go to 9, but we consume 4 power, we can't do that. So our best bet is to is to play student here and somehow... No, Darius is like 20 might, right? And I got 17. GG. GG. We got trampled. I still feel like the Phi is just like not great. Singularity felt important, but I need to find the tools to enable it. I'm gonna drop the smoke. I mean, I hate the crabs. Let's go with this. I just don't like the crabs. The not so fast is good. But I need to find other tools. Okay, so at least I have the 2-drop. Because I have the Find Your Center, which is really nice. Do they have Noxus Hopeful into that? If that's the case, it's a strong opener. Oof, that's a strong opener for them right there. The Threshold of Gray. When combat stats... Okay, that's interesting. I'm going to go for Find Your Center. I'm going to draw 1. Call that a turn. There's Kaisa. A Singularity here just really slows him down. And I think that's kind of what I need, right? Like right now, dropping this is a little bit too risky. I mean, I can wait 1 turn to play it, but then that's when they're able to counter it with like a hard bargain. Like, I would like to set this up, but right now I just don't have the means. Why not just develop the Watcher into a Bellows? That cost me the same amount of power. And they can't really stop it with 1 mana, so I'm gonna do that. This is better. And they wouldn't play an accelerated unit here. That's fine by me because they pretty much tap themselves out. And otherwise I get 2 points. It's important for us to get some points going on here. So this Draven is 4. And ladies and gentlemen, I think we chill. The Singularity will come through. This thing will still be at 6. We need to build up some runes. Like right now going for a Singularity is too excessive. Like I definitely feel like we just build up. We go back here. We do this, and then we play a crab, because the crab draws us cards, and we want to have more cards. We gotta avoid combat with Draven. These Poros are good. These Poros are annoying. That's why I want you to send them in. Huh. Oh, holy mother of singularity. From the heavens! Singularity from the heavens. Okay, so what am I playing here? So I have, let's think about how this goes, because I can play you, I can tell, oh yeah. I can play you in the bench. Trigger this. And then I empower you for 3. Trigger Nasus, untap 2, and then I pay 4. Cinema! Why is my phone sounding? What the fuck was that? GG's. We're gonna draw another Frostgoat Mother. We have another Watcher. I mean, that's a bit. It's a, you know, triple Watcher, triple Bellows. I think we bring in 3 singularities though. Like singularity against Draven is. The crabs feel awful. I mean, they're just like they draw us cards and they give us a body, but like they do nothing against Draven. Okay, now that was a draw right there. Need some spells though. This into more Bellows. Not great draws, to be honest. That draws into a Discipline, which draws into a Cat. There's a Barbara. There's the Breach. Yeah, no, I wasn't like... That was basically... This game was going to be more Unga Bunga in that sense. But the Draven matchup is very winnable. It's just like... I don't know, though, because like that game, too, like the manner in which we bricked... Mog, you forgot the Bellow repeat cost? Oh, I did. I mean, I had 1 more mana at the end. Oh, yeah, I did. So that would have changed. Oh, I derped. Oh, because I only pinged for once, but I had to repeat it. You're right. Oh, that changes things. Oh, I goofed. Oh, I feel bad about that. I forgot that I have to repeat the Bellows. So I go for the Singularity instead then. Because then when they double develop there, I can actually go for the Bellows play and I don't have to repeat it, and I actually kill one of the Poros. I burned some of my runes, but yeah, you're right. I goofed. I definitely goofed. I just it's the first time I actually like played Bellows, so I keep forgetting, like, because I'm dealing 1 damage only. My brain was just like, okay, just 1. Yeah, that was bad. Aurora is annoying to play against, but mine is maybe the Jace combo, very techable at this point for most decks. I don't know for most decks, because if I play anything that's not purple or yellow, like it's hard. Because killing the Elder Dragon is hard. It still has some really polarizing matchups. The thing is, like, I don't think Aurora is good in this meta. I think most, like, I think it's gonna be popular, but I don't think an Aurora is making it to top 8. Yeah. I goofed there though. Sorry. Like I would have gone for a singularity then. And then I just play Watcher into Bellows. I leave the Poros alive so I don't deramp too much. Because the Poro cost me an extra rune, and I don't think the Poro is worth it. The Poros were annoying, that's for sure. Like, the Poro with Deflect was annoying. But Watcher Bellows is very strong against Draven, especially because a lot of Draven decks nowadays are playing the Tentacle card, and we get to you know, shut that down. So, opinions so far on Nasus, like, I really like it. I think it has very strong games, but there are some doubts. Like, there are some games where I just brick and get run over. And I'm actually not sure about the crab. The crab draws as a card immediately upon entry, which is really nice, but and the hand of formation is very strong. But it does not contribute in any shape or form towards our early game weakness. Like, the card is cracked in Master Yi because it becomes a 2-drop. Like, it becomes an actual 2-might 2-drop. So it has, like, literally no downsides, and it draws you. Crab is perfect in this build. I feel like a lot of games that we lose is because we go second and we're forced to play a crab and we have no board presence. I don't think it's perfect. If we had, like, retreat, then yes. I'm actually thinking about Lonely Poro. I think you're thinking too much in points early. You're supposed to ramp. I'm supposed to ramp, but I'm supposed to also, like, stabilize. Like, the crab, don't get me wrong, the crab was really good into Rek'Sai to prevent the Call of the Weak and stuff like that, but I feel like even in matchups like Victor and stuff, like, I'd rather have a Lonely Portal that can eat up the units. I like crab here. Hand knowledge is super useful in a deck where you have to take big risky turns to drop large do somewhere. Yeah, like, the hand knowledge is really strong. I just realized this deck lost to your Akali deck. Where? Yeah, the crab is immediate draw, and that makes a difference a lot of times. Especially because we don't want the unit to die. Like, the card draw is really important. The hand information is really important. But there are downsides to it, without a doubt. The Draven matchup in particular is brutal when you're green, but Irelia. But that's the thing, I don't think the Draven matchup is brutal for this deck. I think we have a lot of tools with this deck against Draven. I think we avoid combat, we develop big units, and we Watcher, Bellows, and Singularity, and we just wipe their board. Like, Watcher Bellows is extremely powerful against Draven. Singularity is great against Draven. And big units are good against Draven, and we have the ability to play a lot of them. Like, the Frostcoat Mother is really good. The crabs feel awful against Draven. I'm just a big Siphoning Strike believer, to be honest. I cut one Defy and one backup from the list to put them in. Siphoning Strike is good against Draven. But at that point, I'd rather have a third Singularity. Because Singularity does a lot. And if we can set it up with the Astro Heron, like, we just wipe him. I like back off, but would you get more utility out of the Consulted Past or for the card draw or Retreat for ramp? Two Charm in the sideboard. Yeah, I've been thinking about that. Two Charms. Probably better than the smoke screen, to be honest. Like, the smoke screen is there. Like, it's just like so much of my sideboard is going to Aurora. Strike, in my view, is turn 2. Deny a lot of decks more development and ramps you 1 rune to 4 to 5 or 6. I just hate how it gets defied is the thing. I just hate how the card dies to defy. Agree with Charm, you kind of have to force Riven to take unfavorable combats. Yeah, but Singularity, like, when they're trying to build them in the bench, like, that's where Singularity actually gives the real value. And the thing is, like, if they avoid combat while building the bench, we send in the Astro Heron and we Singularity them. What I hate about the Siphoning Strike is that it's just that the card gets defied. So anytime you run into green, it just feels really bad. I do think it could be a one-off. Because in non-green matchups, the card is good. How have we felt about the students? I think the students have been performing. I mean, they haven't been insane, but there have been a lot of games where they put in the work. They help a lot against aggro matchups. We don't, the thing is, like, at a certain point, we don't chain as many spells. But with the triple Stupefy, triple Discipline, like, they put in a lot of work. And these spells also allow us to cycle through our deck. And Stupefy works really well with the Astro Heron. But not sure about Crab or Poro, yeah. Sometimes the crabs just feel really bad. I mean, like, they're drawing us cards, right? And then the hand information is really nice. I've also liked the Pharaoh Strength. Like, because we're playing students, like, this card, you know. Back Off is a card that has felt... I haven't been playing it right in a lot of cases because of the way I've been setting up the Astro Heron. If you drop Pharaoh, you drop... Yeah, but if honestly, like, if I'm not playing students, like, I don't like Stupefy. Like, yeah, the card seems like, oh, the card is amazing. It's like, yeah, no, but a lot of times it's just like... It's not contributing. Like, it works with Astro Heron, right? But it is a low impact card as well. Yeah, like the fact that it just replaces itself for just one energy, like, allows you to cycle through your deck. What I like about the student is that it actually, on turns where I don't ramp, and it just I'm at 6 runes and I have a student developed, and I have like Stupefy and Discipline and Back Off. I can just send this student and I can actually hold with it. Like, I chain 3 spells and I have a 5 might 2-drop. Is it worth the sideboard slots to just swap out the crabs out on a different 2-drop in matches where they feel bad? The problem is that I don't know how I handle Aurora then. Like, I need a lot of these slots for Aurora. Your units are big and you have discipline. Back off help you on only one game. There are situations where back off comes into play. Like when I'm facing, like for example, when I'm facing the mirror match, when I'm facing Draven, like my units are big, but having access to back off allows me to really, because it helps me hold. And yes, my units are big, but people can get really big boards. Draven can get a lot of might going on for it. No, Heron triggers when you reveal the hidden card, not when you hide it. I still love Sunken Temple as a battlefield for this deck. I just feel like theoretically you don't draw enough with it. Like, I like the Power Nexus. And I definitely love the Vile Maul's Lair. And this battlefield makes a lot of sense going first. Like, it prevents us from getting cheesed by somebody double two dropping on us. I'm gonna be playing a lot of Nasus this week. Yeah, like I really want to nail this. Like I Barcelona is just like, I think like less than 3 weeks away or something like that. When is Barcelona? Is it the 22 and the 23? I like Paper Tree. I don't know how to feel about Paper Tree because it helps us ramp, yes. Yeah, it's the 21 to 23. So I have less, like, I have 2 weeks and a half left. No, I do want to get the YouTube videos up rolling again, but I also like, I really want to prepare for this event. Like, I want to try to do good, and so I need to find a way to, like, get the YouTube uploads regularly, because I'm playing the same deck a lot. I think I can post videos with the same shit anyways. What about Sigil? I'm having pretty good results with it. But when do you use it? When you're going second? It could be good for when going second, to be honest. It could be better than the Power Nexus. I just feel like it does make our Aurora matchup worse. But I will experiment with Sigil the Storm, because right now, like, we basically won every series today. But we've lost a lot of game 2s going second. And a lot of them we've lost, like, really badly. And there is an upside to going second theoretically, in that we don't need to ram to drop our Astro Heron. Also, maybe I'm hyper fixating on the crab just because of the matchup against Draven. Like, it felt really bad there. But the hand information is very relevant. So I gotta factor that in. Like, the card has been doing a lot. I don't know. This is a take on the deck. Like, I still gotta keep experimenting, trying different ways out. Yeah, I watch my VODs. Like, I watch the gameplay footage too. Like, I record my games and stuff. I do that. I gotta study, like, how the matches went and why the games that went south. Even though we won every best of 3 series, we're also facing random people online, right? Like, it's not like we went to a skirmish or anything. And But a good chunk of the deck is at the very least is performing well. So I'm gonna call it a day because we've been at it for 6 hours. 6 hour stream today. We'll be back at it tomorrow, same time, and we'll continue the prep. We're at top 8 in Barcelona with Nasus. It's gonna happen. I like it though. I mean, I still like, there's a lot to figure out. One day at a time. Have a great one. Thank you for watching. I'll see you tomorrow.